shop for so high. Blue eyes, fake cry. Beware of the fox tonight. The cold feet.
I can do that.
Alrighty, and welcome back to NOVAtazz Automotive Podcast. I'm going to flip us around here so that way we look like we're looking at each other here.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Whew. Took last week off. Can anybody hear me? Maybe? Yes? No?
Hang on, my dog's barking.
Well, we can hear you. We can't hear your dog. I don't know if there's anybody even currently watching, but we're here. Apparently, I've got a wall as co-host.
No,
I
it's
stand
not.
corrected. It was a ceiling, not a wall.
Oh, yes, it was a ceiling because, the dog was just going freaking mad on the neighbor, and that's not allowed. So,
See, we used to have a co-host that was on here that we knew every time he was on because he had a very decorative ceiling. And he used to always have the thing pointed up at the ceiling instead of facing him because he didn't want to hold the camera the whole time.
that's a balloon.
His ceiling kind of looked like somebody was really, really tall, and every time they walked, their head poked through the ceiling. Except for I don't think they were head marks.
Oh, interesting.
You know, kind of raised the
I wonder
roof.
what that. Oh, yeah. Interesting.
He hasn't been on this show in quite a while. I don't know why, but he's been busy doing other things and hasn't been on.
That's life for you, I guess.
Yeah, I know. It's a story of my life. I get friends, they get busy, move on, and
Oh, well, I've been so ridiculously busy lately. It's crazy. I mean, huh?
but you're here.
What?
You've been ridiculously busy,
But I'm here.
but you're
Yes.
here.
Oh, okay, that's what you said. Yes. Yeah, actually, let me show you guys something. Since
Well, I don't even know. We don't. If you want to show stuff, hold off a hot minute. We'll sit here and chit chat for a while until there's some people in the chat room for you to show
there's
to.
still not people in the chat. Let me find my keys first.
It says there's one person. I don't know who the one
Okay,
person
then.
is. They're not talking. If it was Pilot, I'd have something in the comments already. So whoever it is a lurky loo.
Okay, well, I'll show you because I'm happy to show it later.
Okay.
And
we'll show it
also,
multiple times.
I also got to
get a new
get.
toy?
I gotta get going.
If you get a new toy. You're at the cabin again, or is that your regular house?
No, that's my regular house. Yeah.
I love the outside of that. That's freaking sweet.
Well, thank you. Yeah, my dad did the cedar. He renovated the whole thing.
The cedar with the black, the flat black is nice. Is that a Yoda?
Yeah, I really like it. Yes, this is a toy Yoda.
So I was right. You got a new toy.
Oh, yeah, actually, I guess you were exactly right on the money. Yeah, okay. So just showing you, I guess, and people watching this after, this is the Toyota Camry. I already have a video on it on YouTube. I hit it with the truck the other day. Good for me. I don't know if you caught that video.
You had to give it your own custom story.
Yes, I did. That's what these are for. And look, there's the red and white paint. Anyway,
the Ford truck that you hit it with?
Yeah, actually, that's behind it. Yeah, it did. It was great. Oh, actually, the hood's already open. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway,
it was either open or it looked like you hit the Ford in the front of the car too. Yeah,
no, I know. I'm gonna be penalized for that for a while, I think. Anyway,
aren't you always?
This Toyota. Look at the interior, okay? Just look at this real quick.
Grandma car?
Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, no, it was just a regular guy car. This thing has 408,000 kilometers on it, which is well over 350,000 miles, well over that.
How is it so clean?
That's what I don't get. Here's what I've done so far. There's a video being made on it right now.
You have exploded the motor out of it.
Well, some of it's here, some of it's there.
It's the opposite of imploding.
Yes. So it's, basically the head gasket is bad, but we all know that the head bolts in the back are going to be stripped out because it's the 2.4.
We don't know that
So
because I don't know foreign cars, so. You
okay,
taught
well,
me
neither
something.
do I, but most people do, and I know enough about this motor now, having owned one, that that's why the head gasket's bad, and also this is a 60,000 mile motor, so I'm getting in here now, and I'm doing the bottom of the timing cover. Got to take
So
this
you
off.
might as well do bearings and everything.
No, I'm not doing anything bottom end. Well, all I'm doing is
At least
I'm
pull
gonna
off
do
one
the.
cap, or are you just gonna like not look and say it's okay?
I'm just gonna not look and say it's okay.
Okay. Yeah,
Because I'm gonna be.
the...
Like, in all fairness, I'm going to be selling this car very cheap, especially for a Camry. This motor needs, I might pull the oil pan off. It's not really that hard, so I might do it, but I'm not going to go any further
If
than
you're
that.
gonna sell it, if you didn't see it, you don't know it's there.
Yeah, that's true. Mind you, I don't know.
This as a driver for yourself for the current gas situation.
Actually, gas has been going down exponentially. I'm not even going to jinx it. I'm going to knock on this wood right here.
Because not.
No,
we're down like 25 cents from where we were like a couple weeks ago, but that's not exponentially to me. Exponentially would be closer down to $3 a gallon, not $4.76.
Yes, it's still 165 Canadian per liter, which is it's quite a bit, but it's nowhere near what you're paying, obviously, right there. So, but still,
well, that's a gallon, not a liter. So I don't know.
Yeah, and it's USD, so we're paying quite a bit cheaper than you guys right now. I feel fortunate.
Well, good for you.
But
my truck is still thirsty.
Yeah, so is mine. God, that thing gets like 30 centimeters a gallon. It's ridiculous. I swear to God, that truck. It needs new fuel injectors and fuel filter. There's no doubt. But anyway,
I can't make grasp of your make it sense freaking measuring system.
30 centimeters per gallon?
No. I'm saying I know that's only like, I don't know what, 12, 15 inches.
Well, 30 centimeters is exactly 1 foot.
Okay,
so about a foot per gallon, but I don't know. Close. I said 30. I didn't even. I started saying that today. I've just now walked into the fact that I don't know why I'm not just saying a foot per gallon, but 30 centimeters has better stigma to it.
And you guys use the metric system. Where do you use?
Well, I'm not going to say 12 inches per gallon. That's ridiculous. God. Anyway, I'm going to do the time cert threads in the back of this block, and then I don't know. I might get a new head as well, at least from the junkyard or something. Time search?
Oh, so we call them, I think we call them Healy coils.
Yeah, those are two brands, two different brands.
Okay. I generally grew up with Healy coils, so I've never heard of time certs.
Honestly, Healy coils are good. There's no arguing that, but time cert, I have found, as well as other people, have found that it's more of like a permanent fix, especially with like Cadillac North Stars and things like that.
I will have to go dig into that, because you never know when you're going to strip a bolt into something that you can't just like rethread. Yeah,
well, that's true. It's annoying. These head bolts are going to be totally stripped out because it's an aluminum block. I was thinking about just getting bigger head bolts and tapping new holes, but
I never did. No, because there's too much involved. Because then there's making sure that the hole is big enough in the head. You run into all kinds of issues when that one happens. You're almost a better bet at that point. Aluminum head. If if you were an actual repair shop, they probably would have just welded the hole shut with aluminum weld and re-drilled and tapped them that way.
Which is exactly what I was thinking myself. Fill it with a bunch of brazing, but I'm not going to do that either because I'm not a professional and I don't have the equipment, so I'm not going to do that. But still,
said if you was a professional shop, that would be the way that we did it.
Yeah. But I considered it, which is the scary thing.
It just means that your brain is at least on the right path of, at least attempting to do shit the right way. So if you had, there's a lot of people out there that even if they have the correct tools and the ability, still don't do it the correct way. You are at least thinking about doing it the correct way and then realizing you do not have the tools and equipment.
That's a very good point, and I concur. I agree with that. Yep, absolutely.
I'm expecting today to be kind of slow. It might pick up. It might surprise me. But I'm expecting today to kind of be slow because it's the weekend after the holiday.
Right.
And I was not on live last week.
Well,
It seems if I miss a weekend, everybody forgets I exist.
Yes. Yeah, I'm lucky that I saw the messenger thing. That's
why I send you. I send everyone individual ones, even though the Facebook Messenger group was supposed to be, so I didn't have to send everybody individual notes. But because everybody yip yaps in it, and it's now just become a group chat,
which is fine.
Everybody ignores it. So
I don't ignore it. That's a lie.
It myself. I don't want to freaking hear it.
Yeah.
There are times where I have ignored my own live stream Facebook chat because I'm busy doing something else and can't sit there and listen to the thing go ding, ding, ding every 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's...
Actually, it doesn't even ding because my phone doesn't have... I very rarely ever put my phone on actual, like, ringtone. It's always on vibrate because otherwise it never shuts up.
Right, yeah. I think I might lose you for a sec, by the way.
Okay. Well, that was perfect timing. He knew exactly where he was going to lose us at. So, if you guys are out in the chat, please say hi. Let us know you're there.
Are we live?
We are live.
We're good.
Live?
I am alive for now.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
We are still not...
Go.
I'm pretty sure, yes. We are in public privacy. We're not doing what we did... No, it was Brad and me that were sitting here having a live stream all by ourselves because I had it on private. We are not private. We are public. We are public with monetization.
Good. Yeah.
So people should find us eventually.
I'm not sure if
that looks like
anybody noticed. On all of my Facebook posts, I post to Facebook now. I'm trying to make an effort to do it more. Anyway, I was posting something and there was this little people icon in the corner, and I was like, I wonder if that's my problem. I wonder if that fixes anything. And sure enough, every single Facebook post was set to friends only.
Yeah, which is, see now I have several Facebooks they're all under my current, profile, but I have different levels. So like I have the NOVAtazz ones, I have the NOVAtazz community, and I have my NOVAtazz page. So I have a group and a page, both for NOVAtazz. And that's where I post my stuff as far as updating for social media as far as the channel is concerned. I also have my private stuff, which is set to friends only. In fact, actually, it's set to worse than friends only. Only a select group of my friends can see my Facebook posts. The rest are banned into the internal nothingness and never see any of my posts unless I absolutely post it to public.
Right.
But anyway, I have reasons. I have reasons that I hide my profile from certain people, but yet I still have them on my friends list.
I don't even know what the reasons are, but I'd say they're probably just considering
they don't need to be public, but they are.
Well, yeah.
But anyway, I also have my personal Facebook profile is pretty locked down and private. Being a public figure, if I guess I am, there's just certain things you just don't want the average person stumbling across your whatever to see. But I do have a place that I openly, post to where anybody can see it. And like I said, that's my Instagram, my Facebook profiles deeming towards this social media endeavor. And so like that's where I will post all of my anything that's for promoting the channel or updating about the channel, instead of them coming to my personal page, which is a little too close to home.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, the reason that I am totally fine with having all of my posts public is because Teen Mechanic is a public Facebook page. That's my whole domain. Anything that's got the Teen Mechanic name on it is entirely for
you have basically I do. You have a Facebook group just dedicated, a Facebook page dedicated to just, it's not a personal page.
Yeah, exactly. I do have a personal page, although I don't. What am I going to post about personal? entire life is cars, and considering the fact that I'm trying to build a YouTube channel on cars.
The one that I'm attached to, is that your personal one, or is that your Teen Mechanic one?
The one that you send things to is all Teen Mechanic.
Oh, I didn't even know
that's the only one I use. All of my social, I mean, I used to link both of my Instagram accounts in my YouTube descriptions. I used to link, both my Teen Mechanic and Joseph Baldwin, but I don't anymore because I never post my personal one. Since having the Teen Mechanic one, like, I have no reason. I have literally nothing to post. It's not that I prefer to keep things secret. I just have nothing to post. All the stuff I'm willing and ready to post. I mean, even stuff that I mean, what's the word? It's not personification, because I am a person, but I'm trying to humanize myself rather than just being a public figure. I'm like, hey, if I went to the Calgary Stampede, which is on, which I may or may not do, I would post that on Team Mechanic also, because that's something that, I'm never going to post anything personal on social media anyway. So that's just my
family that I'm nowhere near close to, and so that's kind of my way of communicating and being in contact with people that, like, I had to tell you this. In fact, we now have people in the live, and you, Kat, Biggie, Kat and Biggie are in the chat. Kat says she won't be on live tonight, but she's going to be in the chat, which is fine. Interacting either way. Plus, I like to hang out with my friends. But I don't have friends that live close to me. I love your writing, buddy.
Right.
I don't have friends that live close to me. I don't have family my closest family is an hour away.
Jeez.
So to be in communication with friends and family, well, I shouldn't say my close. Well, no, they're about 45 minutes away as well. Lucas' godparents is who I'm referring to. They're the closest, and they're still like 45 minutes away. But that's my way of communicating and keeping in contact and updating and keeping an eye on friends and family, is through social media, because I can't be close to them. I can't just hop down the next town over or down the street and pop in and say hi.
Yeah.
So I have that separation, because then again, like I said, there's a separation. The NOVAtazz stuff is my business. My personal one, which I don't even really, other than you guys who know my real name, a lot of people don't know my real name.
Right.
Because I go by Nova everywhere. And it's not even really NOVAtazz. NOVAtazz is an extension, is a shortening of my, actually it's my gamer tag, but it was a shortening of one of my emails.
Really?
But I was originally known by Nova. Nova is my actual original nickname. And it was because of, obviously, my 77 Nova. Taz technically is also a nickname, but it is a nickname that I had as a kid. Because I could destroy a bedroom in not 0.5 seconds.
I wonder where it came from.
Huh? It had nothing to do with a certain Looney Tunes character. Not at all.
Really?
No, not at all. If you ever catch me on Forza, you'll also know that one as well. Because almost every single one of my Forza Motorsports, not my Horizon game. I have started porting some of my paint schemes over to Horizon, but like my Forza Motorsports cars, all of the race cars normally have a Tasmanian Devil on them. I can't do that on social media because of trademarks. Otherwise, the Tasmanian Devil would be a part of my logo. But anyway, well, I'm gonna pop up here in chat right now. They're gambling away as always. But Kat says she's got a kind of similar situation. All the people that she's close to, other than her dad, which obviously she's really close to, are a minimum of an hour away. Big E says, speaking of Verizon, they made it so that you can set the glossiness of your vinyl. I did see that. You can now have matte to gloss vinyl layers, which used to suck because you could only do gloss. And so if you were doing like a multi-part paint scheme, and you were just trying to block off like a certain color of the paint to extend it out from the hood like down onto the side or something, you could only do gloss. So if you're running a matte car, it kind of made it hard. Which, yes. And it sucks. I was doing the thing on Horizon the other day, and I missed the Barracuda. They had a Barracuda that you could have gotten. I missed it by 3 points because I was busy and couldn't get on and do the challenges to get the last 3 points. They've got a Super B on this week. Like a 70s Super B with the twin snorkels on the hood. Still not necessarily the car. There's another car, I think, after that one that I want more. I know I don't want the last one. And maybe it is the last one. I don't know. But yeah, so I had like I said, I have the Taz and the Nova, whatever, but like I said, a lot of people don't know my real name. Unless it's because I'm in groups, like Facebook groups for like the Firebird and stuff like that, where yeah, you are interacting as your personal page.
Right.
But as far as Instagram and YouTube and stuff like that, I don't tend to mention my real name unless you guys do.
Right. Well, I mean, so is that a preference of yours? Do you prefer people not know your real name?
It's an what is that word? Ambiguous. Plural word for ambiguous. My brain is not working. It like I said, there are some people out there. Most of the people out there that do have issues with me do tend to know my real name, though. But it's just like when you get so big, you see it with Cletus McFarlane. Obviously, Cletus is not his real name. And a bunch of other YouTubers. They get big enough. Whistle and Diesel's a good one. They get big enough, and they get a big enough fan base. And when you get a big enough fan base, there's a greater chance that you're going to have stupid people in that fan base, that think that they have a right to your private life.
Right.
And your private personal space, and they don't respect the boundaries of this is the social part of my life, and this is my private life.
Right.
You're not going to hide it forever. But the longer I can put that off, and the least amount of people I can get that find my personal page for stupid reasons, the better. And like I said, I don't have to worry about if I post something on my personal page, did I make sure that I blocked off all of the people that are following my page just because of the YouTube channel versus the people that I actually want to communicate with on a personal social level.
Right, yeah, I agree.
And it's kind of the problem with being a public figure. I mean, it's not even just automotive channels that you have that issue with. I mean, just look at celebrities in general.
I would say that probably it's exclusively like blog or vlogging channels and stuff like that, where you've got mega fans. Usually car enthusiasts are not a fan of you as much as they are of cars, where if you're a vlogger,
I mean, you think about it. I mean, you don't follow Street Speed 717. I don't know if you follow Whistle and Diesel.
I do. In fact, I follow both of those guys, I believe.
Right. So, I mean, they have people that have literally, Dirty Max Jack. I know he's had people literally, he moved to a place out in the middle of fucking nowhere with a big gate and everything. Right?
Yeah.
He still has people that roll up to his gate and does burnouts just outside of his freaking house while his kids and family are playing in the freaking yard. So you know what I mean? It's still, you get those people that do not respect your personal space. Kat's not super huge. I mean, she's getting there. I think she topped over 2,000 subs, I do believe. I saw that in several places. And he's gone. Anyway, Kat has her own issues with people not respecting her personal space, and she's not super big. We'll let him back up here. Should we let him back up here? We'll let him back up here.
Whoops.
What'd you do? You just poofed.
Good question. No idea. Yeah, that was.
Kat says on her socials, it's usually very similar posts on all of it for me. People obviously know my name, especially now that I have the decals on the cars. Yeah, so it's another reason why I don't use my name when I first started my YouTube channel, because I technically have 2 YouTubes. Same thing with my social medias. I have a YouTube channel that has my personal name on it.
Seriously?
Yeah. And I have, technically, that is the main account for my, because you have to log into YouTube with a Google email.
Yeah.
That is the main account on that Google email. The NOVAtazz is a secondary account under the same email. And
interesting.
When Kat says she's at 2030. Wow, congrats, Kat.
Wow,
You are
crazy.
Smashing
Wow.
it. I am not. I
That's
lost 3
cool.
subscribers this week, and I don't know why.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that shit's gonna go up and down, but when you lose subscribers, you kind of want to know, all right, is it just somebody just not interested in my content anymore? Is it a bot that followed me, hoping that I would follow them to boost their own bullshits? Or is it somebody just literally not liking my channel? You know, it's
Right.
kind of whatever.
Right.
But anyway, I think what I was saying before you left was, that like even Kat having unsavory characters, not respecting her privacy.
Unsavory characters. That's an understatement.
But yeah, like, so back when I first started YouTube, that was the thing. There was a lot of people that used their personal names.
Right.
The problem with using your personal name, I found, is don't really grow as quickly. Now, Kat, she's growing pretty quickly, but technically her channel isn't necessarily just like her name. It's her name with a garage at the end of it, so technically it's the name of a shop. Eventually she might have a Katarina's Garage actual shop. She gets big enough, she probably could do that. Like Roy Marco has, even if it's just like a pole barn thing. She could technically she has a business. It's a YouTube channel. She's making money. It's actually a business. She works on cars. It's a business. I don't know where you're at though. Your internet connection sucks where you're sitting. We are watching 1980s Teen Old Man Mechanic. Wow,
yours as well. Not yours, man. What about now?
Worse. You were actually fine when you were outside. But yes, definitely congrats to Kat. Hopefully we get Old Man Mechanic back here. He should change his YouTube channel to Old Man Mechanic. Just saying.
Maybe. All right, I'm gonna leave and come back. I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Just got nice and clear. I mean, you're like back in like 1080p.
Nice. So then, see you later.
Aw, you gonna leave me here by myself?
No. I'm gonna join right back. I just gotta do something real quick.
Okay. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, I'll be right back. Okay, bye.
Yeah, Kat, that is absolutely not okay and ridiculous. Obviously, we've known each other for at least a year now, and the shit that I've seen you go through in your comments and in your social media is just absolutely not okay. It's harassment. It's not cool. I mean, granted, people are going to be people, but that's still, nobody should have to put up with that shit. Male or female, I don't care if you're a monkey, a dog, a human, no. It's just called decent respect. They wouldn't have walked up to you, well, maybe they would have. Walked up to you and said what they said straight to your face. But people get keyboard warriors or whatever where they don't have to be face to face with the person that they're disrespecting. Big E sent a photo. Somebody has a transmission delete. So there's a picture of a SUV on the side of, it looks like the on-ramp to somewhere, or an on-ramp or off-ramp. And it's just a transmission sitting in the middle of the road. I don't know how you end up with a whole ass transmission just laying in the middle of the road. Unless some bolts broke, because it definitely looks like it was attached when it came off. I don't know. Well, there's not a whole bunch of crap on the floor. Maybe it fell out of the truck? I don't know. It's kind of funny looking. Fortunately, I don't actually say anything to them and blast them. They won't even get the chance to learn. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. If you don't expose them, then they're still ambiguous. And yeah, they can hide behind their social media and their keyboard, which is not right. How many people we got in here? I think might just be you, Kat, unless Big E's still here. Plus it also gives warning to others not to interact with them or just messes. Yeah, well, yeah, it causes it so that way if other people, any of your other female friends or whatever, come across them, then they know better. Though I don't think that they'll be talking to your female friends that way, because you're a different social. You put yourself out there differently than most of your female friends probably do. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, yeah, most of my friends, yeah, they don't put themselves out here like social media, except for, you guys. So they're not going to have the same interactions or reactions that I do with certain things. Things that I do, I probably wouldn't necessarily do if I wasn't on YouTube. Like I said the other week, I probably wouldn't be putting a sniper on my Trans Am if I wasn't on YouTube. I'd probably rebuild the carburetor. Yeah, because again, they're putting themselves out there in a social manner, as a public figure. But again, it still doesn't make it any right. It just doesn't. But, it is what it is. So, I guess we can chit chat about, see, I had put out a video last week. I will probably work on one tomorrow. Last week was finishing up the engine bay, which that video did okay. I don't think it's even topped 100 views. The other one, I think, hit like 300 and then died. So I don't know why. I don't know why people would want to watch the first one and then not want to watch the second one. Yeah, it's got 91 views. The other one got 215. I do have another one coming out. This one's going to be the start of the American Auto Wire install. Which reminds me, I need to contact them tomorrow, because after going through all of that, I realized I don't have. I thought that kit was supposed to come with a floor dimmer switch. And in fact, after going back on their website, it does say it does come with one. My kit didn't come with one. So I gotta figure out why. Maybe they updated the kit and didn't update the description. I don't know. But I need to contact them tomorrow and find out what it is. I also had to find a creative solution, because I cannot afford at this current time, and if I do, I'd have to wait like another month or so before I can buy their proprietary, it's not necessarily proprietary, but this kit uses Packard 56 crimp style end terminals. And yeah, it could be possibly a packaging error. But it uses Packard 56 style crimp end terminals. The problem is that most crimpers don't crimp the male version of those connectors. They have these little wings on them, and they get all bent out of shape if you use a standard crimper. So they sell these, Delphi, Packard, straight from GM's, like the same company that GM used to source these tools. They go to that company to source these tools for, their stuff. I've got two problems with them. Number one, they only do one crimp at a time, and there are 2 crimps per terminal. You have the crimp for the wire itself, and then you have the crimp that crimps onto the installation. So for every terminal, and there is a lot of terminals, almost every single end wire has a terminal. That slides into the plastic connectors. You have to cut the wire to length, put the terminal on, and then tie the terminal into the connector. Every single one has 2 crimps. But the other problem is that they have crimps that use a double. It fits 2 wires in one terminal. And the problem with those are that even a standard crimper that would normally do an open barrel crimp isn't wide enough. They're like wider. But we'll see. I might just hand crimp those and solder them. I don't really want to, because soldering that style of crimp could end up causing the wire to fail because it makes it brittle. So I might have to buy a standard crimping tool and modify it. That's gonna be my solution. I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing, is buying a standard ratcheting style crimper that will crimp both crimps at the same time, which should save me some time, even if I have to modify. Even if I have to change it up for the few crimps to do the double wire crimp. So it's 2 wires per terminal. Even if I have to do those ones separately and differently, hopefully it'll still save me enough time and save me money. Because I can get a standard set of crimping tools for like $30-$40, where they want almost $160 for the two one job crimpers. I mean, that's all they do, is they crimp that style and that size, and then that's it. So like, I would be using it for this job and then maybe a few times in the future. Whereas if I buy a ratcheting crimper, then I can buy a bunch of different dies to do different things. Everything from, cat, like freaking plug wires, all the way down to stuff for my computer. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that your misfire's gone. I do have a cheaper solution. I am going to pick up one of the ratcheting style crimpers. I don't want to get the quick disconnect ones, only for the fact is I'd like to get some of the nicer dies, and you can't get the nicer dies in the quick disconnect. So I'd rather get a they call it a frame. I'd rather get the frame, which is the tool itself, that accepts the same dies that like MSD uses and some of my computer stuff uses. That way I can get more dies for it and make the tool have more value. So yeah, the more versatile I can make that tool, the more cost effective, and the more I can justify spending money on a nicer tool. I just can't justify spending $75 to $80 per tool that only does one style of crimp when I don't do a whole crap ton of wiring. Even if it is the nicest tool in the world, it doesn't, unless I start doing a crap ton of harnesses, I don't see it being worth it. Maybe if if this channel takes off and I end up doing a bunch of freaking cars and replacing the wiring harnesses in them, I might do that, but I don't see me needing it that often. And yes, I could go back and go resell the tool, but it's still $160 I have to have up front, and I don't have it. Not after spending how much money I have and how much I'm still spending every month paying off the loan to get some of this stuff. It's like I don't even get a YouTube check this month. Did not make the cutoff to get paid this month. Which kind of sucks, because yeah, my loans still need to get paid for the content that the parts, I don't have personal loans. I guess technically, I don't know. Depending on who you talk to, they can consider this a personal loan, but I got the loan out to buy parts to use on the channel. And I still have to pay that loan back whether I get paid from YouTube or not. So, I don't know. It kind of sucks. Yeah, missed the cutoff. So, won't get paid this month. I am doing more content than I was doing. And I can only do so much. I need to put food on the table, which means I need to be at work. I don't have time to sit in front of the computer, and if I do, the thing is even if I have the time, half the time I'm so tired that I can't edit when I'm tired. You can't concentrate. You can't do it. When you work 10 hours and then come home, you're kind of too beat to do much. Especially sit down on a computer and try to think. And I don't always have time to run out, because I get home from work and, need to run out to the store to go this or that, need to make dinner. By the time you settle down after making dinner, it's 8, 9 o'clock and you need to go to bed in like an hour. Yeah, I can't do daily uploads. I did that a while back. It did not benefit me whatsoever, and I was just burnt out. So I stopped doing them. I mean, I was just filming stupid shit just to put out content, which didn't make me feel good. I'd rather get work done and then put out content. I mean, technically, I'm sitting on a video and a half right now. I have the American Auto Wire video filmed. Technically it's sitting on my phone. I just haven't sat down and uploaded it into the computer and start the editing process. I had to, yesterday, well, yeah, here we go. Story time. So I work Monday through Thursday, 10 hours a day. Friday is normally the day that I spend out in the garage filming, because I don't have our kid. So I don't have to, sit there and, it's also, dad duties. So Friday's my only day that I'm normally kid free and I have the time to be out in the garage. So Friday, actually it wasn't Friday, last week, when the weekend that I took off because, holiday, family stuff, girlfriend was off, we went out and did things. I didn't spend time in the garage. I didn't spend time on the computer. So anyway, we had a barbecue last weekend, and my girlfriend's dad came by, and he was telling me that he went up to a certain junkyard that's near me, and he saw a Trans Am in there with a decent dash, no cracks. Now, junkyard wasn't open because of the holiday, and so I couldn't, even though I had off on Monday, I couldn't go up to the junkyard because it was closed. So Friday rolls around, junkyard's open. So I go up to this junkyard. Now, it is a more modern style junkyard, if you can consider a junkyard modern. They have the cars inventoried, everything's got a freaking, a serial sticker on it that they can scan and mark what vehicle is where, so they can tell you where the vehicles are. It's not the style junkyard I like to go to. And it'll be for the exact reason why I don't like going to this junkyard. But anyway, I'm chasing this dash. I'm willing to pay a pretty penny for it, because finding second gen F-body dashes are not easy. So I go up there. They don't have a Firebird. They had one Firebird up there. It was a 97. Not even a second gen. I did look all over the place. But I figured, while I'm up there, I knew that like the brake booster in my truck, the bottom of it's getting some rust on it, and I don't want it blowing through. So I'll pick up a brake booster. And I knew that my wiper blades on the truck, they don't ever go back home. They stop wherever they want to. You can't do intermittent because they act all screwy, which is an issue with a sensor inside of the wiper motor. So I need a new wiper motor too. Other bits and bobs, a hood latch, that bracket that goes on the transmission that I accidentally left at the transmission shop, all of that stuff. So I'm out in the yard for about 2 hours. I picked a brake booster. I got the wiper motor. I got a hood latch, and I got that bracket. And I was gonna pull I don't know what it is. It's the tank that sits against the firewall for the air conditioning unit. Because mine has a nice fist-sized hole in the bottom of it, and no longer holds coolant, or whatever they call that stuff. So I get all this stuff, and I bring it up to the thing, and I throw the wiper motor up there, and I throw the brake booster up there. Kind of, forgot about the two small things that were in my bag. But anyway, so I throw that stuff up there, and he hits me with $80. $80 for 2 parts. I'm sorry, and maybe this is normal, but that's almost new price for some of those parts. I'm pretty sure I can go on to Rock Auto and I could find some of that stuff for some pretty fucking close to those prices. And these parts aren't new. I know that the date on the windshield washer, the windshield wiper motor, was 1998. That part is 22 years old. No, 24 years old. And the brake booster is probably right around the same. Now, the scrapyard that I normally go to, I could have picked up both of those parts for under $40. Because they're just gonna fucking scrap the whole freaking truck regardless of what parts are on it after a certain time anyway. So like, you value this part this much. I mean, the hood latch, which isn't even a full hood latch, it's just the dangle. The part that you put your hand under and push up to freaking release the latch all the way. They wanted $10 for it. Just a little latch. So yeah, it's ridiculous. That part is worth like pennies in weight. And that's what scrapyards do, man. They sell off stuff above, whatever, but at the end of the day, whatever isn't picked gets scrapped for weight. So, I mean, if that part stays on that truck all the way to the time that it goes to the shredder, it ain't worth nothing but pennies. They don't care. Like I said, at the end of the day, they don't care. It just gets crushed. Whether it was a brand new part or completely rusted. But, and the thing is, and it's, again, it's not like it's a 10-year or newer vehicle. This truck is 20. My truck is 21 years old. Obviously, the truck that I pulled that part off is older than that because it has a part from 1998. That part's old. It probably is original. To charge full price, almost full price for a part that's as old as the vehicle it came off of, that is deemed a classic, is ridiculous. But yeah, no, I was kind of annoyed. I thought I was walking out of that scrapyard paying like $40, because that's what my normal scrapyard probably would have charged for that much. But yeah, no, they were, I'm surprised they didn't find a nut or bolt in the bottom of my box and say that it came from their yard too. And start charging me for freaking, single nuts and bolts. But yeah, it was ridiculous. My junkyard wouldn't have given a shit about any of that shit. Major parts, that's all they give a shit about. Anything else, half that shit would have just got lost in the fucking ground anyway. But anyway, I have hopefully a good brake booster and hopefully a good windshield wiper motor for the truck, even though I will probably never go to that junkyard again. I will go back to my other junkyard even though it's not as close. We all know that I like the one junkyard. Number one, they hold on to their older cars longer. They have a bigger selection of older cars, which is more beneficial to me. Apparently we have an old man mechanic back in joining us. You missed the whole junkyard story unless you were following the stream.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah, I got violated without lube at the junkyard the other day.
Wait, sorry, I think I heard something else. What did you just say?
I got violated without lube. My wallet got violated without lube at the junkyard.
Wow. Okay.
Over some 20-some-year-old parts that they charged me almost, like low-quality new parts prices.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. What junkyard do you go to?
A brake booster. I'm not going to name the name of the junkyard because that's not,
okay.
that's not fair. But anyway, they're just doing business. If somebody's willing to pay those prices, hats off to them, but I'm not.
I don't know. I shouldn't have asked that question.
Apparently you have a Bluetooth tripod.
Yes, it's a gimbal.
I think you need to check the batteries. The stabilizer is worn out.
No, that's supposed to be like that.
Oh, it's the shaky gimbal.
Yes.
Got you. I got somebody walking outside.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I'm lucky I can have the window open today. You see, it's open.
Yeah.
And I got another one over there open, so I got a nice draft pulling through here.
That's all.
The certain people down the street were not letting the whole neighborhood enjoy their music.
That's fantastic. Is it copyrighted music?
Yes, that's the problem.
There
was on the 4th of July weekend, we had to listen to it Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. From like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon till like 10 or 11 o'clock at night. I live 2 blocks from this person. Their speaker was literally pointed with no obstructions in between that speaker and my house, or directly at my house. Not even pointed into their yard because they're on the opposite side of the street, 2 blocks down.
Lowers your power bill, man. You get to enjoy free music that you obviously love.
Yeah, considering it's not, nothing against their cultural music. It's just not my taste.
Right. Fair enough.
It literally sounded like I was having a fiesta in my house with all the windows closed and my TV on.
Okay. All right. That's there you go, man.
And there was times where it was not that weekend that I was doing my live stream. I had to close my windows and hope that my mic didn't pick up their music and I wouldn't be able to go live.
Yeah. That's no good.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's no good. Oh boy. Well, I'm at the little old Canadian Tire right now.
You have a Canadian?
Who the hell talking?
Is it square or octagonal?
What are you talking about right now?
I don't know. You guys got weird shit up there.
Okay, let me
pouches and shit.
Let me just show you the Canadian Tire then.
It's not copyrighted images, is it?
That's what I was just gonna say. It's not, so long as it's not copyrighted. Okay, here's my truck, my dog.
That's a dog.
Yeah, there's Canadian Tire.
No,
It's a
see, look, it's a
triangle.
weird looking strawberry.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what that is, isn't it? Oh god.
See, you got milk in pouches. You get triangle strawberries,
Yeah, yeah,
and you can put
yeah.
them on the end of a stick and hunt deer with that. That's a nice dog.
Triangle strawberries. God, check out the mileage here. Just real quick. Can you see that?
1687723.
Yeah, 168. So that's just about 100,000 miles this truck has.
I keep thinking that my truck has more miles than it does. It currently has 258,000 miles.
That's high.
For these second gen Rams, not really.
Oh yeah. Oh god. No, it's gonna go puts on you any day now. Any day now.
Considering
Any day. The problem is
engine's been rebuilt in its lifetime, and that's the third transmission I have in it.
Right.
And there's almost no rust on the truck in anywhere that's important.
Yes. God, now I'm just walking by this. Yeah, that's from the Camry right there.
Oh, you really did a number. I'm not sure.
Yes,
I'm not sure who got the worst end of that. I think the freaking Ford did.
Yeah, it did.
Ford is one of those new aluminum Fords.
Oh yeah, this is a brand spanking new 1990 all aluminum truck that melts in a fire. That's what this is.
Kat says that moment when your truck has less mileage than her convertible just means that her convertible has more smiles.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy actually to think. Well, I'd be curious if she's still able to engage with this question. What is the mileage on the convertible?
Well, and it depends on, is she talking about your truck or my truck?
Oh, my truck.
Your truck have less mileage? Your truck has more or less mileage than my truck?
My truck has 100,000 miles. Your truck has 200 and 700.
I got like 3 times. Okay.
Yeah.
She has 204 kilometers.
204,000 kilometers. Mine's got 168,000 kilometers.
Yeah, so my truck still has more mileage than her convertible.
Oh, yeah. This guy is going to be driving us. I'm going to give him a 3-star rating.
Is his name Jeeves?
His name is Collingsworth, actually.
Oh, he's sophisticated.
He's very, very, very much so. Oh, yeah.
By the way, I found one of my old bar glasses.
That's excellent. Good for you.
See, the thing is when I first moved out of my mom's house, and I moved into my first house, there was a group of college kids that were staying across the street from a coworker of mine's house. They got evicted, and all their shit got put out. Nice. They never came and got their shit.
Right.
Yeah. And so they had a whole bunch of dishes and stuff, and I'm newly out on my own, with nothing but the shit that I came from my bedroom with in my new house. So you got the basics, you got the TV, the Xbox, a couch, a bed, but kitchen stuff, plates, silverware, glasses, all of those essentials, pots, pans. No, didn't have any of that. It was hitting fucking Goodwills up and shit like that and yard sales. And my coworker comes by and says, "Hey, there's a whole freaking house full of kicking shit that got freaking left out on the porch across the street. I come over and take a look at it." I go over there and there is a shit ton collection of bar glasses from like all kinds of local restaurants. So these kids, they're probably working as bartenders or whatever, different place, and swiping shits. There was Hard Rock Cafe glasses. There was Applebee glasses in this style.
It's actually those are worth quite a bit then.
I don't have any of those left. There's a story. They didn't end well. I'm lucky I found this one. Anyway, so I had a crap ton. Tumblers, rock glasses, the pint size, just standard beer glasses like the ones I normally drink out of. All kinds of shit. Well, right before breaking up with my ex, or right after, sometime around the end of the breakup with my ex, before I was with Jess, I had all my glasses in one of my cabinets in my kitchen. It took up a whole cabinet, all like 3 or 4 shelves. I had that much bar glass.
Oh, that's
That's
good.
not including the stuff that was in the freezer frosted.
Right.
So I always kept a couple pint glasses and mugs in the freezer frosted because, you know, when you want a cold drink or whatever, whether it's soda or beer, the glass is already ice cold.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
even if you put ice in it, it's still, you know, it's going to stay cold longer.
Yeah.
It was in the middle of the night and I just hear this crash, and then just a shower of glass. So it was like one glass fell, another glass fell, and then they all fell. My whole freaking kitchen from one end to the other was shattered glass. The pins that were holding the shelf up gave way and wiped out all the other shelves.
Karma's a bitch.
95% of my glassware was gone. I had this stuff for a good like 9-10 years at this point. I had a full set of like 30 of the glass Coca-Cola glasses. Not the cheapy plastic ones, but the glass ones. I have them out there. I could probably bring one in. But the actual glass ones, the fluted ones, where they're smaller at the bottom and they square out, you know, at the top. I had like 30 of them. But anyway, thought all of that stuff was gone, right? Well, apparently I had a few of them stashed away in a box. So apparently a few of them survived. They were in the bottom of a box of white china with the gold, like the gold band in them. So it's like the plate's all white with a gold band in them. And like a gold band on the outside. I had a full set of that. A full dining set. So what, eight seats, 8?
Right.
So that's the big plate, the small plate, the china cup, you know, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And the bowls, the saucers. But apparently I went and grabbed it because we haven't used them. It's like, I'll put these out for the yard sale that we had last weekend. Well, I started pulling these out and I'm like, wait a minute, the stuff in the bottom doesn't seem like plates. Started unwinding them. 2 of them were thin-stemmed cocktail glasses. I'm like, wait a minute. This doesn't go to this set. This is stuff from when, you know, this is that bar stuff that I had. I pulled out another one. This one's a crystal fucking wine glass. And then I started unwrapping Coca-Cola glasses. 6 of them. I have 6 of them that were in that box. Plus this bar glass, a Target pint size beer tumbler,
right,
and a Coca-Cola goblet, thick walled glass goblet.
That's worth a lot, man.
The thing's that it's only like, you know, like the goblet's only like that tall and like yay big around, but it sits about this tall. Give me a half a second. I'll go grab those 2 pieces.
Okay. You're so cute. I'm not a very good solo entertainer, so Sean better hurry his ass up. I mean, when I film videos, at least I can edit out all of the ridiculous silence, right?
Thank you for entertaining the masses.
Yes, I did. Believe me. Oh, it was a spectacle.
So this is the Coca-Cola tumbler. I mean, goblet. And it's got, like, I don't know if you can see it. It's got like circle thingies or whatever.
Yeah.
In the glass.
I can.
It's dirty from sitting in a box for, you know, however long. And then these were the Coca-Cola glasses.
Those are worth quite a bit, I think. Huh.
Again, dirty from sitting in a box.
That's fine.
But I had a shit ton of these.
That's awesome.
When I got them, they were still all in the original box. Like, with the little cardboard sleeves in between them and shit.
I don't know why Coca-Cola tastes so much better when it's out of a Coca-Cola glass. It's just crazy.
I guess I don't know, but the whole point of these is the ice sits in this and it keeps the fizz from going over the edge of the glass.
So I'm at Canadian Tire and they close shortly. So I have to go run in and see if they have brake pads for this truck.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to take us all in and we could all go shopping for brakes.
Oh yeah, I'm sure their corporate office approves. I'm sure.
I have walked into a freaking Advanced Auto and AutoZone, camera rolling.
Yeah.
Hunting for parts.
I can take you in there. I just can't have any of the sound on. So.
No, you don't have to.
Oh no, I will. Challenge accepted.
Oh, challenge accepted. Damn.
Yep. Just okay. I can't hear you.
Gloat.
Can't hear you anymore. So I hope you can hear me. I can't hear you. Okay. I gotta make it quick because the dog's in the truck, but all of the windows are down. Everything is fine, and I don't think he'll jump out. You stay. You be good. You be good. Okay.
I probably would have closed the windows a little bit, just that we didn't have room to jump out. But that's me. Oh, this one's a twist cap too. I should have grabbed a cold freaking drink while I was out there. But anyway, I like drinking beer out of this style glass. I don't know why. I just do. I miss my Applebee's ones. I'll have to mute him real quick if there is. He's muted, so he can't hear us. Or we can't hear anything. We're just going to get a nice view and get seasick. Oh, we have maxed out at 4 people tonight. I don't know where everybody's at. Like I said, except for the fact that I think that oh, he's not. Is he 6 feet apart? Is he standing on the dots? I think he's talking to him about the brakes. No, I figured today was going to be slow because we weren't here last week. And yeah, it seems like every week after I miss a week, we get like nobody in here. And it's summer. I don't think we're going to be busy again until winter. I think too many people are out on Saturday nights and they're not in here hanging out with us. At least till later when it gets dark outside. That Canadian Tire looks a lot like AutoZone. Or Advanced Auto. Here in America. Oh, there's some pipage. But anyway. So, after the junkyard, I came back here and it was freaking... My garage was still packed from doing the yard sale. So, like... Oh, okay, cool. So, like, last weekend we also did a yard sale and we got rained on. I shouldn't say we. My girlfriend and Luca's godmother, who were outside with Luca, they got rained on. And it was one of those, like, single drop, and then, like, somebody just turned the shower on full blast. And so they had to rush to throw everything inside the garage and inside the house, whatever was closest, to avoid getting our stuff wet that we were trying to sell. So my garage was still filled with all kinds of stuff. Luca's old bassinet, books, different things. So I had to clean all that up before I could even do anything. But yesterday I spent at the junkyard, and then when I got back, I just spent the rest of the day chilling because I was tired. I'd get barely like maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep all week. So when it comes to the weekend, I get tired. But anyway, so Friday was at the junkyard. Saturday, Oh, and I was doing a bunch of research. I was looking a bunch of stuff up for the sniper system and the American Auto Wire, and just trying to figure some stuff out. I was trying to figure out that solution alternative for doing the wire crimps. So I was watching a lot of YouTube videos, doing a lot of internet searching and research, reading a lot of forums, things like that. Um, and then Saturday, which was today, in the morning, I went out and I pulled the rest of the harness out of the car. So everything from the firewall back, I pulled out. So that's done. Um, really don't think I can start with putting the harness in the car until I have those crimpers, and money's kind of tight, so it might be a week or two. I mean, there's some other things that I can start installing, like the starter. I can get that in the car. I can't wire it. Can't wire it till I get the harness, because that's all new wiring harness stuff. I can start putting some of the stuff for the engine back in, like the some of the hard stuff can go in. Radiator. Get the fans ready to get hooked up. So get the pulleys on, the alternator, the power steering pump. Even though eventually I'm going to be replacing the power steering pump, I just can't afford. I don't know. I mean, really don't want to take out another bit, and we got too much stuff coming up that needs to come out of my paycheck for me to just go out and go buy parts. We got cars to get inspected. I think my truck needs the registration. So, my truck needs an inspection at the beginning of next month. The gray car, the last Kia, needs inspected now, and it needs 2 new tires for the inspection before it gets inspected. But yeah, I don't know. So we'll see what we can. Yeah, yearly inspection. I almost get more raped owning a truck for the truck registration than I do for the inspections. Being up here in the county that we're in and not having smog, inspections are only like $35-40. They're not that expensive, except for the fact of, like I said, the gray car needs 2 tires, and even though the tires we get are only like $75-80, it's still almost $200 after they get installed. So, yeah. The only thing that's really super annoying about the inspections is when your car needs something, and especially if it's something stupid. Like my green truck used to have a check engine light for something to do with the evap system. And I spent forever trying to track down what it was, short of replacing the whole system from freaking gas tank all the way up to the engine, and yeah, so I mean, short of doing that, I didn't fix it. Mine's not spewing. Like, out the bottom connections or out the top cap? Hello, Michael. We're doing okay. Talk about anything here, so just join in the conversation. Old man mechanic is currently buying brakes at a parts store. He's not that old. He's technically a kid. Out of the bottom, so your crimp connections at the wire terminals or at the hose terminals are bad. You might not need a new power steering pump. You might just need to get the new lines. It may just need new lines, which I don't know if that's cheaper or not. Because even if you get a new pump, it's still not going to come with those lines. At least mine doesn't. You have to get lines crimped on them. Yeah, I would check the lines. You might need new rubber lines, or the crimps are bad. But even if you buy a new power steering pump, you still need to get the new lines crimped on. And screw down hose clamps, at least on the pressure side, are not strong enough. You might get away with screw down hose clamps on the. All right, so they thread on. Part of them threads on. Team Mechanic grew up fast. Yeah, our nickname for him here is Old Man Mechanic. Okay, well, yeah, the crimp might still be bad. I get mine. I don't buy pre-made lines. I have a. I'll go out and go get new rubber line, and have them crimp it to my ends. So I cut it to length, and then I take it to a hydraulic shop, and they just crimp the ends for me. Because it's too expensive to buy pre-made ones. Uh-oh, we're going to see his credit card number. But, yeah, mine squeals. The car squeals when you turn the wheel too far to the lock. And, yeah, that's normally a sign the power steering pump's garbage. And so, I don't feel like dealing with that. It just sounds absolutely horrid. And I can't stand it, so I need to
All right, well, I'm hoping you can hear me, but I ran into several people. God, that was an endeavor. Yeah, that was fun. I had to pick up some stuff on the way. You know, I can't leave empty-handed. That would be ridiculous.
Why not? Did you get your
also? I was hoping I could show my PIN number there. That would have been great.
You almost showed your credit card number.
Let's see here.
Okay. Hearts on Summit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
God damn it! There's a dog in here.
Oh my God, there's a dog in the car.
All right.
Can you hear us now?
Camera.
But Mike, turn your volume up. Can you hear us? Testing,
can you hear me?
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Testing. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you from the moment you walked out of the store.
Perfect. That's what I wanted. Oh, yeah, sorry.
You apparently could not hear us. Your friend. Would you shut up over there? Hey, chill. Apparently you can hear my dog.
Oh, yes, I can.
Lay down. They're walking on the street. Leave them alone. That's public property. They could be there. It's not your domain.
Sean, are you a Disney princess?
Who's a Disney princess?
Are you just trying to communicate with animals like I try and communicate with animals? Oh, damn it, I just called myself a Disney princess.
All right, Belle.
Whoops. Anyway, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get home. But no, apparently nobody's got anything for this truck. That is very stupid.
You just went to what I consider a convenience store for auto parts.
It is. It is absolutely. So
they only stock the current popular parts. That's all they do. It's not like a Napa or an old school shop where you have the little. See, this is how you can tell when you walk into a parts store, and their area that you have access to is about the size of a closet, and then the whole rest of the store is filled with nothing but shelves that you can't walk up to. Then you know you're in a good car parts store.
There's a beautiful Lincoln just driving by right now. Anyway, yeah.
Oh, that's right. No, you got a Thunderbird, not a Lincoln.
Okay, but I love my Thunderbird, but I also love Lincolns.
So why? Did you see the Cadillac I sent to the group chat earlier today?
I don't think so.
You should scroll back up through it and look for
it. Sorry, it's a Cadillac?
Yeah, Cadillac.
Okay.
Big old, tailed Cadillac.
Okay, I can do that.
Black on black on black.
I agree with you about that auto parts store. The reason I went to Canadian Tire is because they own one of the largest parts chains in Canada, which is PartSource, and they are able to check all their systems. I shop at PartSource frequently. I've never had any stock issues, but there's a lot of supply issues right now. The other place I'd try would be Auto Value, Napa, things like that. But
if you're looking for older parts, Napa is your best bet. Your second bet is a proprietary, not a proprietary, but basically a mom and pop style freaking auto parts store.
yeah, here's the other thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call Auto Value and Napa, and if they don't have it, then they don't have it. I'm going to order it from Rock Auto because they have buttloads of everything. So
yep,
that's how it goes.
Except for Pontiac parts, they generally do not have the parts I need for my. Honestly, they don't have parts for the Pontiac. Just ends up being the parts that I want from my Pontiac, unless they're like brake pads and stuff like that. Then
that's another big difference.
Then then they generally don't have like the specialty stuff that's Pontiac specific.
No. The Rock Auto is honestly a maintenance parts place. You can buy most things. I've rebuilt motors off of Rock Auto.
They are a discontinued and salvaged parts company. That's what they are.
Yep.
So and they buy up old stock. They buy up, like whenever they switch packaging and a company is rebranding whatever they're doing and they sell off all their old stuff that's in the old branding, that's what they pick up.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an Ollie's. You guys have Ollie's up there?
Nope.
Ollie's is like a discount, like, scratch and, not necessarily scratch and dent, but again, same thing. Old stock, they sell at a discount.
Yeah, we've got places like that up here. There's
but for like regular stuff, books.
Oh, yeah.
Like that.
What's it called? Uncle Box, Uncle. God, Uncle. I forget what it's called.
The part stores that yes, for the average stuff, I'll just run down to the Advanced Auto, the AutoZone, the Napa, the whatever. But a lot of the harder to find stuff, we have a couple stores down here that still do it the old school way, where you just have this little tiny opening to get into. It's like maybe a 10 by 10 storefront. And then it's got about the size of a shopping center behind it that is nothing but rows and racks of parts.
Yeah.
And that's not even their warehouse stuff. That's just their stuff on premise. So normally, like when I had to go and find the outer wheel bearings, the gasket, the oil for the rear end in my truck.
Yeah.
Everywhere else didn't have them. That place did. It had everything, including the limited slip differential oil.
That's pretty damn good. Well, the thing is, in Calgary, we have, and other big cities like Edmonton and Toronto. Mind you, that's in a whole different province. Anyway, we've got
Toronto from you.
How far is Toronto from me? It's about 37 hours.
Jeez. That's not close.
No, it's not.
You could drive halfway across the United States in 37 hours.
Yeah, well, that gets me basically, well, not across Canada. It gets me 3/4. Oh, gross.
Oh, you just got it. You don't have your phone on silent. You just shocked the world.
Anyway, what it's saying. Yeah, sorry. What I was saying was, Calgary's got the big box stores, the big giant chains. That they have most stuff. I've even bought lots of parts from this truck before from them. The thing is, the places you go to find that, Red Deer or Didsbury, old places like that have those little mom and pop parts stores with freaking emporiums in the back, and like you said, very very small lobby. But the rest of it is just. Yeah, well, that's a regular parts store. That's what they should be. And those, there's maybe 2 of those in town, and they are hellishly expensive. So that's why it's
now most of ours down here like that aren't. I mean, they may be more expensive than the commonly stocked stuff that the freaking other place, because they buy their shit in bulk. Whereas, When you
Well,
think when you
the thing,
consider
yeah.
when you consider the time
Well, it's
you
worth it though to
waste,
drive 20 minutes out of town, 50 minutes out of town.
20, 50 minutes,
But
everything
yeah,
that I've around me is 20,
well,
50 minutes out of town. The next
yeah.
town
Well, I
closest to
know
me is 20 minutes out of
because
town.
yeah. Well, that's because you live in a small town, don't you?
No, I live out in the middle of the mountains.
But oh, interesting. Well, see, my grandparents they live about 45 minutes out of town in a little hamlet. Very nice. It's not actually in a hamlet. It's west of the hamlet.
I don't even know what a
and they live
hamlet
on a mountain
is.
as well. And it's... Huh? What?
Describe a hamlet.
All right, anyway. They live... A hamlet is smaller than a town, and I believe it's smaller than... What's smaller than a town?
Oh.
There's a... No,
Town is any
it's
place
like
that's a group of
it's a
buildings around
hamlet.
here. A village?
Oh, village, right. No, sorry. It goes hamlet, village, town, city, I think. I could be wrong. But anyway, a hamlet is very, very small. It's just a group of buildings. And it's, they've got a few businesses in there and some houses, like maybe 5 houses. And it's basically a street is what a hamlet would be.
See, we still consider that a town here.
Now, yeah, well, either way, a town is... no, a hamlet is even smaller than a street. Anyway, long story short, they live out there. It's beautiful out there, and that is where I love filming things when I get the chance to. It's gorgeous out there. But yeah, that's just It's I know what it's like to, because we did live there for a bit. I know what it's like to live 45 minutes out of town.
Yeah, see, Kat says a hamlet is smaller than a village. Any place becomes a town when they have a mayor. Problem is a lot of our places, almost every place here has a mayor of a district, of an area.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a single town.
Right.
They might have a mayor that rules over an area, and it includes stuff outside of the town. And including some of these smaller, what we consider towns, might have a group of towns under one mayor.
Right. Well, that is... I'm not very good on my whole municipalities. Come on. Logic. But I do know that... I know a hamlet's very small, and I know that is where my grandparents live. So, I don't know. That's about my extent of my knowledge there.
Like where I live isn't necessarily small. It's small, but not necessarily like too small. But the problem is it's just getting smaller every year because the population is all older.
Oh, I see.
Because this is what they used to call a coal mining town. And unfortunately, even though this area used to be rich, because coal mine was, a lucrative business to be in, it has since basically dried up. And so all of these towns out here literally have no money coming in. And the population is aging because, they moved here when now nobody wants to move here because, like I said, the towns are dying. It's got no money. Everything's far away because we're in the middle of the mountain because that's where the coal was. But yeah.
Oh, did I lose you? I lost you for a second.
A little bit.
What's that town in PA that's still on fire?
It's the one just north of me. It's called Centralia.
Oh, yeah. Right.
It is what the movie Silent Hill was based off of. Well, loosely based off of. Right, yeah.
Yeah, I watched a whole, I don't know if you know this YouTube channel. I don't know if I should mention YouTube channel name.
I can walk to Centralia in 25 minutes.
Walk.
I can drive there in 2 minutes.
Dude, do it. Show us right now. I have
video somewhere of... the problem is it's not like it used to be. It's because the fire has kind of moved on or whatever. A lot of it is now overgrown because, like, when the fire was started in the town, nothing was really growing because it was too hot and too, the air was all fucked up. But now that
Yeah.
the fire has kind of either moved deeper or moved on, it's really kind of gotten overgrown. And even what they used to call the graffiti highway, first the state owned it, then the state sold it off as private.
Yeah.
And then I think the state reacquired it and has now sold it again as private. And the new person that has it, they didn't want the people like outside people were getting out of hand. So you get you know, like any other place that's a local landmark, as soon as word gets out that this place is cool and people start flocking to it, the people outside don't respect it like the people that were there.
Yeah.
And so they end up trashing it. So it was too much graffiti. People were having campfires that where they weren't paying attention to it, and you know, obviously, that's how that whole town ended up dead. Where was a fire that got out of hand, and you know, whatever.
Well, yeah, I remember watching not a documentary, but an informative video about it on YouTube. There's this YouTube channel I really like, and he went over, you know, what happened to it and its demise, and there were lots of pictures of it and things like that.
There's
And
3
what it looks
different
like.
running scenarios. None of them are proven.
Right.
One of
I
them
don't
was
know.
a group of kids playing and started a fire. Another one was the township actually burning garbage.
That's the one
and
that
it got out of hand. And another one was there was another third one that I forget it was.
Well, I heard the township burning garbage one.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones. They were supposedly prepping for an anniversary, and they had moved all the garbage from one place, moved it to another, and apparently there was a fire that was started, and it got down into the coal mine or into a coal vein, and that's what started it. And once you put the thing is if you know anything about coal, once you light it, it's damn near impossible to put out.
Yes.
It's just a pain in the ass to get it going to begin with.
Yeah.
So let's see. Jesse's here. Welcome aboard, Jesse. And your friend Michael. I'm guessing he's your friend because he came in here saying that you got old quick. Anyway, so Michael says last time he was in Centralia, so he's been down here. No, there's not 10 people living here. I think there's only there's a few people that's still living there, but I think it's down to 3 or 4 homes of people that didn't want to leave. But once they leave, their house gets mowed over and they're done. That nobody new is allowed to move in there.
Nobody new is allowed to move in there?
Mm-mm. The whole town's condemned. Every building that's still existing is because of a certain reason. Any personal property was bought out. Like I said, so once somebody dies or leaves, the township buys the house and levels it. So the township owns all of that property. Township or whatever, an entity owns that land. Because technically there's a giant cavern underneath of the town. Whether or not the fire is still under there, guess what? The fire burnt the coal out. So there's a giant cavity underneath of the town. Wherever there was coal, there was now ash. So it's destined to be a sinkhole at some point. And
you can see it from your bedroom window.
No, I didn't say I could see it from my bedroom window.
No, but that's just my analogy. So theoretically, if it were a big enough sinkhole, it could be right underneath your feet right now, and you wouldn't even know.
No, because the vein don't go that way.
I have no idea how they work, but I'm just saying.
Selinsgrove.
Is what?
He's in Selinsgrove. This Michael.
Oh.
So he's closer to me, so I don't know. Guess he probably knows me more. I don't know. I'm just in Ashland. Maybe I've seen Michael before. I don't know. Sometimes there's so many names that when you're doing this stuff, there's so many names that you end up forgetting some.
Right.
Like Jesse, obviously I know because Jesse's here all the time. You're here all the time. You know what I mean? But there's people that pop in once in a while. I may not remember everybody's name unless you're here all the time.
Yeah.
Which normally this time's more popping. Today's a slow day.
Do you actually know my name? Or is it just old man mechanic?
Shut up.
Yeah.
Am I just gonna out you here right on live?
What do you mean?
Your real name.
Guys say it all the time. Everyone knows it.
Yeah. Who is Teen Mechanic? Oh, today's mystery.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good question.
We don't know Teen Mechanic. We only know Old Man Mechanic.
Yeah, it's a good point. All my teachers called me Jacob, so I guess you could say Jacob Mechanic, because all my
Jacob
teachers, I
Ladder?
guess, apparently were going
Jacob
senile or
Toolbox?
something. 'Cause, that's how it goes.
We can run through the. I mean, you're the only one up here, but we can run through the normal things.
Sure, let's do it.
Well, let's add this one in here. Don't forget to hit the like button, invite your friends, definitely, because the more people we have in here, that's why we don't have anybody in here. I didn't pop that up here till just now, and nobody remembered. Do we have any likes? We have 2 likes. I'm amazed.
Nice. I should start publicizing this a little bit more than I am. I really should. Because
should publicize what the podcast.
This live. Like I don't do any advertising. I don't do any. I don't
do any. I mean, I try to advertise, but I never really get a whole crap ton of response from my posts. It's normally people that are just always here.
Right. Well, hey, we could probably discuss the sponsorship. You just throw a couple of dollars my way, and
me and Michael were talking on Facebook. That's where I know him. Which means he probably saw my Facebook post, unless he saw the notification for the live. I'm gonna have to go back. Just because my memory freaking sucks. Oh, okay. I found him. Gorgeous red Trans Am. Not show quality, at least not the one that I've shown, but definitely nice red Trans Am. But yeah, yeah, I can't wait to hear mine fire up. I mean, considering it wasn't all these Pontiac folks. There's 2 of us here. I mean, unless Team Mechanic is a Pontiac fan, but he's
I'm a Pontiac
Ford and a
fan,
and he hit both of them into each other. So I mean, I don't know what that makes him.
Wait, what did you just say?
I said you bought a Ford and a Yoda, and you ran the 2 of them into each other.
And then I hit another Ford with the Ford.
Wait.
Did you?
That's a Yoda.
You didn't watch my video that I put out, I take it. I put out a YouTube short about how I caused so much destruction within the span of 5 minutes. I hit the Corolla. I took the corner a little bit too close because I was trying to maneuver in between the T-Bird and the Corolla and the trailer, and I had to wedge my way in between there in a freaking 20-foot long truck, and I admit I'm not perfect. I miscalculated it just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
So I swiped the Toyota and the truck bed. But then as I was pulling back away, I was going very slightly, and I was watching to make sure I didn't hit the trailer and that I wasn't backing into the neighbor's car.
You didn't hit the Thunderbird.
That I hit the Thunderbird.
Oh, you are in timeout, buddy.
So
out of all of your cars, out of all your Fords that you own, I like the Thunderbird. How bad?
The Thunderbird is gorgeous.
How bad?
A tiny nudge. There was not even a mark on it, but it was just the psychological impression. It left a psychological dent.
Oh, I'm sure. PTSD for years.
Yeah. I was like really freaking upset about that, but I downplayed it. I was like, okay, there's no damage and there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm just gonna learn.
Fords get dents. Yeah, the truck has a giant ass dent in it.
He's got a pretty bad.
That Yoda did a number on that Ford.
Well, actually, the Toyota came out better than the Ford did.
Like I said, that Yoda did a number on the Ford.
Yeah. That's God.
He's not old enough to drink, Michael. He's still drinking out of sippy cups.
Yes, actually, I do have a sippy cup. That's what
we all drink out of sippy cups every time we go to a fast food place.
Yeah, I love sippy cups. God, it's awesome. Actually, yeah, I can take you back to the back garage and show you what I'm working on the T-Bird right now. Also, if you're interested.
Does it still run?
It still
Or
runs fantastic.
did you opposite of implode that too?
I have not. Actually, I guess I have, but
Maybe
only in
anti-imploding?
No, it's well, it's only in one spot. You'll see.
You walking by the Yoda, you should lift the hood up on the Yoda real quick.
Oh yeah, right.
Just a quick
right,
flash of the imploded engine inside the freaking Yoda.
It's a sneak peek. It imploded. What world are you living on?
Yeah, it's imploded. It's sarcasm.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that it's imploded, and I'm not sure that that's sarcasm. But hey, man, whatever.
When you know you're meaning the opposite of what you're saying.
Okay, hang on. Let me switch my cameras around here. There we go.
One imploded
Okay, for those of you who may have even missed it, here is the 2002 Camry. Here's a sneak peek.
The
anyway,
Camry with more miles than my freaking 01 Ram 1500.
This here Camry, actually, there's service records. I'm not going to dig them all out, but they're in the glove box. In 2003, the original owner she put, I think it was 41,000 kilometers in a year on this thing, which is equivalent.
We were putting 10,000 to 15,000 miles on the Kias a year when we were living when we lived an hour from where we worked. Yeah,
so that's just under average, right? Because 20,000 kilometers is average yearly, which is high. But this thing, she put 41,000 clicks on it in 1 year. So anyway, that gives you an idea of how well used it was. Here you go. Here's a ratchet sitting on the valve train. You can see that it's kind of got some work going on here.
It up, right?
Oh yeah, I actually broke down on the side of Deerfoot Trail, Highway 2. Broke down right on the side because this. Yeah, well, actually, I paid for a tow for the first time in my life. I've never actually done that before. Well, because it was on the side of a highway where we could get side swiped, so I'm not going to have my dad. Come on over with the trailer, Dad. Let's just drive it somewhere safe onto the. There's no value in trying to save it like that. So I just bit the bullet and paid for the tow, which was like supposed to be $225, but I paid $175. It was high, but whatever. So anyway, I got it towed back, and that's how it went. But anyway, this thing overheated because it had no coolant in it, because the head gasket's blown, because the threads are stripped out of the block, obviously. I mean, they might not be, but they are going to be, because it's a Toyota 2JZ FE or 2AZ FE or whatever it is. Not 2JZ. That would be cool. Anyway,
you wouldn't have any tires left on that car.
The what?
You wouldn't have any tires left on that car if it was 2JZ.
That would be cool, actually. Hey, 2JZ swap. Let me know, man. Let me know. God, no, that would be awesome.
Yes, Michael, you have videos to catch up on. Katarina's got some awesome videos. She's got 2 Fox bodies. Obviously, my stuff with the Trans Am. Team Mechanic's got some cool shit. He's got oddball stuff. I think we lost him for a second there.
Oddball stuff. Here, I'll show you the. Oh, you might have. Can you hear me now?
You had a Matador that you no longer have. Nope. You've had some weird stuff. We lost him again.
Okay, I went out again. What did I miss?
I said that I don't remember. 88
Matador that I don't have anymore or whatever.
Yeah, the Matador you don't have anymore. You had the Cadillac.
Yep.
You've got this Thunderbird, big boat Thunderbird.
Yep. Big boat Thunderbird. Look at this guy. Yeah, man, you can see this thing. I just treated the vinyl roof. I cleaned the leather interior so it's spotless now. But now I'm going to ruin it again because I am pulling apart. Hang on, let me give you a little sneak peek of what's going on.
Says he's dead, Jim.
Said what?
He's dead, Jim. I'm guessing it's a line from a movie. I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably. Like I said, I'm uncultured. Okay, here's your hint.
How are you turning?
Well, the wheels are still in the same spot. Let me just show you what's happening.
Did you get a rag joint?
Right.
Or does that not have a rag joint?
Oh, it has a rag joint. It's got a rag joint. Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, Yeah, so down there, the old rag joint was non-existent, so it was no longer safe to drive because that bracket could just snap any time. So I had to figure out how to get into here underneath the firewall and get this boot off. And you can see the intermediate shaft there still has that damn screw in it. And I'm actually looking for some advice because I can't get that damn screw out because it's got a round head. It's not a hex, right? So I don't even know.
Looking online and seeing if anybody's. Is it a pin or a screw?
No, it's a screw. And the other thing, it had a nut on it, but I got that off. So the thing is, I went on 460 Ford forum, and I've got some people that are trying to help me out, I guess. But it's really inconvenient because this is now crippled and can't move because obviously it's no longer safe to, well, it's no longer drivable because there's no steering. So it's really annoying. I got to get that figured out.
On that other beauty next to it real quick. Yeah, it's that one.
Are you sure it's a beauty? Yeah.
It was.
Oh,
what'd you do to it?
It is.
It's now
okay, so let me just make, oh, my phone's going to die. It's at 5%. Let me just make a formal apology about how this car is looking right now.
Unit?
What?
Has now become a storage unit?
It is a storage unit. Although I got some car dollies. So this is going to be on car dollies, and I'm really thinking I'm going to work on it this summer. I'm really wanting to just park it, bite the bullet, and do what I can do. Hang on. Excuse the mess. We're actually in the middle. I'm actually, not we. I'm in the middle of overhauling this garage because it was a disaster, so it's even more of a disaster right now. That's why the Cadillac is a storage unit. Because
the only part that looks good is the part that's on camera.
Right. Yeah, no, mine, none of mine looks good, but thank you.
Go plug your phone in before we lose you.
Yeah, my phone is plugged in right now into this power bar, but I'm not so sure how long that's going to last. But yeah, so long story short, let me turn this flashlight
Jesse
off
says
there.
weld a nut to that screw. Though I'm not positive that it's not screwed all the way through, and you've already taken the nut off, and then the rest can just be punched out.
That's what I was hoping, but no. I am no genius. I don't have a welder, number one, which I really, really am in need of. I need a welder really bad.
Harbor Freight.
Yeah, but I don't have Harbor Freight. I have Princess Auto, but still.
Well, get your ass to the princess and beg for mercy.
Yeah, okay. The problem is those welders are normal price. I mean, you can get a Power Fist welder. I mean, that's probably what I'll do. That's their brand. Welder. It's like, you know. What?
Get yourself a little Stitch Flux Core welder.
Yeah, I'd like to get any welder.
And you'll use it more than once. And then once you get a better welder, you can sell that one.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not gonna I don't know. I can't really weld a nut to it. I would like to, but I'm just gonna see if I can figure out what to do. I don't know how the hell that even makes sense.
You take a grinder to it and grind a slot in it.
That's a very good point. I'm gonna do that right now.
No. You're gonna stay here with us, and you're gonna do that tomorrow after you've been able to think about it and do it the right way.
Tomorrow? Are you kidding me? I can't wait till tomorrow. It's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, Kat's got a better idea. She has a welder.
What's that?
And if you've got gas money, she can come bring it to you.
Okay, well, I do have gas money.
Jesse says vice grips are an option.
But I don't know. What happened to my damn grinder?
The welder and Katarina option is a better option only because of the fact that you're going to have a much better chance of getting that nut off than the grinder and the slot method. Because if that sucker's in there pretty good, a flathead screwdriver is not going to back that out.
You're right, but here's the thing. If this doesn't work out, I can always weld a nut to it anyway. So
it depends on how much you booger up that head of that freaking bolt when trying to get a slotted screwdriver on it.
Well, I'm not going to make a very deep slot. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. This is my central die grinder with a cutoff disc on it.
Let me do some quick research before you do that. It is what the what joint is that? Intermediate joint.
Rag? Oh, yeah, intermediate shaft to the steering column. I'm gonna go back on 464 form and see if anyone has gotten back to me.
See, this is what we use this podcast for, trying to help out our friends. Oh, and having a podcast. They said it's a bolt, not a... Oh, there it is, right there. No, it should not be threaded all the way through. It's only threaded on the end. Hey! Hey! We can't hear you. Why can't we hear you? We can't hear you. It's not threaded all the way through. It's only threaded on the end. You should be able to punch that out. We can't hear you, but hopefully you can hear me. Unless this isn't the right one. He's gone. Oh, you can't see that anyway. Hold on. Get that out of here. Where'd he go? Yeah, he should just be able to tap it out. It's back.
I'm not so sure what the hell's happening, but that's it. That's the one.
Okay, you shouldn't have to. It should tap out.
It should tap out?
Yes, get a punch and a hammer, and it should bang out the other end.
Okay, I took a hammer and I put the nut back on it and I smashed it and didn't budge.
You might
didn't
need
move
to soak
a
it a
muscle.
little bit. You also might need to wiggle the intermediate shaft, and intermediate shaft might be jamming it.
You don't think that I tried that? It's the first damn thing I...
Do you have a
okay, I'm going
punch?
to try it right now.
Do you
I do have a punch.
A drift punch?
Yes, I do.
Preferably
of
one
punches.
close to the size of that freaking bolt
Yeah.
thread.
Yeah. Let me think
And a
for
sledge.
a second here. Yeah, I don't have a sledge.
Or an air hammer.
I've got this and a ball peen. That's about it
You don't
because I
have an air
lost the
hammer?
ball peen. Oh, I do have an air hammer.
Air hammer.
Hey, give me a sec.
Yeah, in fact, your air hammer should have a punch head to it.
Yeah, it does. Oh, hang on. Here's my air hammer. Give me a sec. Here we go. Oh, ow! God.
What'd you do?
I poked myself on the chisel attachment on the air hammer.
You shouldn't do that.
I wanted to.
Did you
Okay.
find your punch head?
Yes, I did. I forget how to set up an air hammer. Please don't.
Okay, you put the
And
punch
tag
head,
over.
and then you screw down the freaking spring over top of the head.
Okay, this way, I assume?
Yes, just spin it on.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. But it's not, that's why I was having trouble with it. It's not spinning on. What the hell did I do wrong here?
Well, the threads on the end of the air hammer should thread into the spring.
Yeah, shouldn't they?
You might need to push down on the very end spring just to get it started.
No, I'm doing that. Hang on. I'll figure it out. It's almost there.
I tend to do it with a vise. I
Yeah,
put the
why? Is it
spring
tough
in
to
the
do?
vise and I screw the hammer onto the spring by turning the hammer.
Why? Is it tough to do?
It can be, yes. It's a spring. You're working against
Oh,
the
don't.
resistance of the spring.
No, that's nonsense. Okay.
Yes, you can do
Oh,
it
there
by
we go.
hand, but the ones at my work, to get them tight so they don't back off, you have to use a vise.
No,
Because
this is
again,
going.
they're worked pretty hard, and
That was no. That's easy. I just have to use the. I have to be smart about it.
yeah. But we get ours
Okay,
really tight so that it doesn't back the spring off.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and. What the hell is that all about there, dumbass?
Yeah, and we have some bigger air hammers too. Yeah,
Oh, do you?
yeah. They don't take the standard airline size. The airlines going to them are about an inch across.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, so it's like 3/4 inch inside diameter airline.
Well, see, this is a Canadian air hose size, right? So it wouldn't even fit yours.
What is it? A 1/2 inch?
No, I'm just kidding. I really hope you didn't believe that.
I don't know. Hey, you guys, like I said, you guys drink your milk out of freaking bags. I don't want to hear it.
That is not true, Shush.
It is true.
It
It's
is-
not.
it is
It's true.
true.
Just not
It is
true for all
true.
of Canada.
Yeah, okay.
Canada, eh? That was a weak ass sounding air hammer.
Let me just go ahead and
Fire up
plug
the
the
compressor.
compressor in. Oh, I got to plug the compressor in. Give me a moment. It's gonna be so loud.
We're sitting here. The fact that it's 11 o'clock at night here and we're sitting here helping you pound out a fucking or solve your stuck bolt problem on a live stream.
It's fine. It's fine.
Well, we've only got like what?
See, that's pretty loud. Is that really loud on stream?
It's okay. Just get it done and then you can shut it off.
Okay. Hang on, let me just turn down the volume. That would be nice.
Right?
That would be
I can
nice.
always just mute you if it's too loud.
Okay, hang on. Or what'd you say?
I can always just mute you if it's too loud.
I'll just mute myself and then I'll just
if
let
you're
you
gonna mute
charge
us,
up.
then you better have the camera at what you're doing.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to stand here and let it charge up because this air hammer is not doing anything. But I'm going to put some penetrating oil on the whatchamacallit.
You should put some
and I'm
airline
going
fluid.
to-
You should put some air tool fluid in the bottom of your air hammer too.
I did that already
Oh, okay, good.
just now. Yeah. All right. Give me a sec.
Low air pressure, it cancels itself out. Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did we lose Mike? Is Mike still in here? But anyway, yeah, I wasn't expecting on working on cars virtually today. I spent a lot of YouTube time on YouTube today searching for the American Auto Wire stuff and different other things, and still looking for good videos on the Sniper EFI system. I mean, everybody, the same thing. I find this a lot with a lot of YouTube videos. You get the unboxing, and then when it comes to actually putting the stuff together, you get like snippets here and there. You don't get a whole process. They do the unboxing and then they like forget about it and oh, it's done. But where was the in between? Or you know, you'll get the oh my god, this sucks, but you never get the resolution. You don't get the, you know, you don't get the diagnostic part of it. You don't get the, you know, well, why does it suck? You know, what did you do? What didn't you do? You know. Oh, sweet, Jesse. Got to get some driving video of that. But but yeah, like, and even with the American Auto Wire, I found a crap ton of unboxings of what's in the kit, but there's not a whole lot of good videos on people literally putting them in the car. There's update videos, but there's no actual videos. Wait a minute, you're not allowed on here. You told me you weren't going to be here today, and every time you do that, you lie. Should I really put you on here? Okay.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
down there in
when
the
I
bottom.
said that, yeah, that's fine. You know, when I said that earlier, I was so fucking lightheaded that I could barely even walk.
Oh, that's not
So
good. Well, I hope
that's what,
I hope you're figuring out what's going on and getting it taken care of, because we
yeah,
need our
I
cat
mean,
back.
I'm talking to doctors and whatever else. Like that's the reason why that there hasn't been like uh so as many uploads lately from my channel. Like don't get me wrong, the uploads that I have done really good lately, but um you know, like yeah, it's one of
You know
these
what the
things
first thing I
where
said to old man when he popped on before we started live?
hmm,
I said, "Where's your partner in crime?" He's like, "What partner in crime?" I said, the absolutely gorgeous Katarina. Where is she at? She goes, "Oh," he goes, "Oh, and he started backtracking. And I know he hears me. I think he hears me. If he can hear me over his air hammer. But yeah, he tried to distance himself. I'm like, what is with that? Because I don't like something about it. He doesn't keep tabs on his Albertian friends or whatever like that or whatever.
to be fair, me and him don't talk like that often. Like we have hung out, whatever else, but
Are you saying that
it's
me
like
and you talk more than you and Joe talk?
I mean, with the live streams, yeah, because it's not like we actually message each other back and forth, really.
He keeps peeking in here. He knows we're talking about him. He's sussing.
Yeah,
He's sussing.
he's sussing. He's sussing.
Sussing,
But
not sucking. Sussing.
but actually, one thing that me and him are going to be doing here soon is there's actually going to be a collab between the two of us on a video because I gave him this idea actually for the video, which is the teen experience to driving a classic car in high school, right? And
Sweet,
so
I
we're
had a
going to be
bike.
using like I don't know how many of his cars we're going to be using for the video. Plus, we're going to be using one or both of my cars for the other perspective of it.
You didn't have either of these in high school, did you?
No, I did not. But the one thing is, I can still say because it was still my first car was that 81 right there, right? You know, I can show the economic side of a classic car with that car, and I can show the enthusiast side with this car.
Right.
Right. Even though the mile per gallon difference between the two isn't that major, but this has a 4-speed, that has a 3-speed, so there's that. And same 273 gear ratio between the two cars.
Yeah.
So,
I agree, Jesse. Team Mechanic is pretty cool. Even though he
Yeah,
disappeared
like-
on us. He gone. Where'd he go? He was just here.
I don't know. He's a strange feller that way.
He is strange.
Yeah. But yeah, it is what it is.
He's been
And
dipping in and out of me all freaking night tonight. He's so spotty.
well, he can be like that. He can be like that. But yeah, so like, you know,
That is a
we're
cool
gonna be
idea.
doing-
That is a really cool idea.
yeah, like, cause he told me like after he had 1,000 subscribers, you know, cause I texted him and say, hey, congratulations on that, right?
Yeah,
And
wait. When did he do that? I missed that.
He hit 1,000 subscribers just last week.
He didn't tell me. I
Oh,
don't
well-
think he even put it in the group chat.
I don't think he did. No. Like the one thing is he had 1,000 subscribers, and then the first thing he did was he had a live stream where he was actually on a big cruise. Like it was a 200-kilometer cruise with We Are the Classics group. I'm part of it too, but I was not actually at the cruise.
Right.
But yeah. So it was one of those things, and he was live streaming driving the Matador for the final time.
I did see the post about him driving the Matador for the final time that he had sold it. Yes, I did. I saw that post on either Instagram or Facebook.
Yeah. Well, see, he had a full live stream that was about an hour and a half long.
I missed it.
Give or take. It was actually a pretty good little live stream, whatever else. And the one thing is, the Matador was having electrical issues. Because the one thing is, he drove it out there, everything was working just fine. But he gets to the spot, and he doesn't have signal lights. But he had 4-ways. We figured that out. And he tried to swap I think it was the resistors out. But
was it a relay?
Actually, I have news on that. The guy at Cohen figured out what it was. The wire going down to the neutral safety switch had fried and was grounded. There was some wire, and I don't understand, I don't fully understand the situation because I don't understand how it was still starting and running, but it was pressed right against the bell housing, chafing and sizzling and grounding right against it, and that's what kept popping the fuse. And he managed to get his hands on a wiring diagram from an old guy on Facebook. So he tore the whole dash apart and traced it and was able to figure it out. So that was good.
This is a good example of why I'm replacing the full harness in the Trans Am.
Honestly, because the one thing is, to my knowledge of most systems with wiring, there is 2 different main power wires. There is the one for your signal lights, and then there's the main power wire to actually start your car from the neutral safety switch. I believe there's 2 third power wires, 1 ground between the 2 wires too. So
actually, you should have many grounds.
Yeah, it should. But if I remember correctly, with the AMCs, they may have only had 1 for that main, just off the neutral safety switch, where there was 2 power wires into it.
I cut at least 4 or 5 of them pulling the harness because I left all the grounds. I just snipped the wires. Like, I gave myself a decent lead. A, number one, so I don't forget that they're there. And B, I'll just pull the bolt out and threw the new one in later. But I have at least 4 or 5 grounds running to the body throughout that harness that I pulled out.
That's fair.
Well, can I ask, what should the PSI be on this air hammer, roughly?
I don't know what the working PSI is because they're not all the same.
Yeah, I'm going to assume between 90 to 120, give or take.
Yeah, somewhere around 90.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give it a shot.
Less than 60.
I'm going to have a lot of trouble showing you exactly
some tripods.
You know they invented this thing called tripods, right?
Okay, dude, let me show you my tripod right now.
Well, we know he has at least one.
It broke. The mount broke, so now I'm dead in the water.
See, now I have 3 tripods sitting in my garage right now. 2 of them do not have the quick connect tops for the mount.
See,
one of them is my good, like, fucking 6.5 foot tall one. I'm so angry.
See, I have 3 tripods. The one has a crappy mount. It's still together, but it's not perfect. The other one has a very nice metal mount that'll never ever break.
That's
and then the other one has another
PSI.
Plastic one.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 tripods at this house.
6.
One of them's right here, holding up my webcam, because I do not have the webcam sitting on the monitor. It's on its own stand. We have another one identical to this one, which is the one that I'm using out in the garage currently. Jess just picked up one for doing the diamonds, her crystal stuff upstairs in the snake room, the snake/crystal room. She actually, no, I lied. We have another. We have we have more. I have one here for the ring light. Has a tripod. There is another LED light upstairs in her room for lighting that's also on a tripod. And then I have the 2 out in the garage that are heavy duty tripods, and neither of them have the quick disconnect mount on them. The one is lost somewhere in the garage, the other one I never had. I acquired the mount without the quick disconnect. So I am down to one flimsy tripod mount I can use for my camera. And I'm talking like these small, like it goes from big legs to small legs. And the small legs are literally like this thin. They're like I swear, if I bump
yeah.
against it, it's going to bend them. But it's the only one I have, and it only goes to like 4.5, 5 feet. So it's not technically tall enough to look down into the engine bay. So all of the shots I've gotten of the engine bay, I've had to have the tripod literally sitting inside the engine bay, propped up on stuff. So that way you can see it, which isn't great because any movement I do to the car transfers to the tripod.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, makes sense. Like, because the 3 tripods I have a 40-inch one that does not have an extendable head on it. So it's just, it has the 3 legs, and that's your sort of adjustment as the leg.
I like the
itself.
extendable heads. I want to get some boom ones.
Well, I have, because I'm not sure if the good one's in this trunk or in the trunk of the other one. I can't remember. Because I have my tripods in both the cars. So just in case, because you never know that when I'm going to need one.
Yeah, I'd like to have one with a boom arm, so that way I can have the tripod sitting next to the car, and I can swing the boom over top of what I'm doing to look down or whatever, or swing it into the car, so that way I can get shots that way. Because, like I said, it's really hard when you're if you're on a tripod, you're going to be further. You're not going to be right on the edge of whatever you're working on because the legs get in the way.
True. I would love to have a boom arm one too, but I don't have that.
Yeah, they're expensive.
My tripods are fairly rudimentary, but I do have one that does have an extendable head on it that it's just a crank. The 2 of them have that.
Crank ones. I have all of mine. The one that I don't have a head for is a crank head. Like it doesn't have the quick disconnect on the top, but the head cranks up and down with a crank. I don't like that one. Bye, cat.
Yeah, I can still hear you. It's all good.
Okay. But all the rest of mine are just a quick knob, and you can pull them up and down with your hand.
So this one has the crappy mounts on it, but it is a quick disconnect. However, it's a plastic and it's already actually broken. You can see.
Yeah, no. I mean quick disconnect is the heads. Yeah, that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like those because I get several of the heads, and then you just attach them to the cameras that you use most often, and then you can just swap them back and forth. Or I can swap it from one tripod to another.
But I can,
do that. I don't
do that.
like the crank. I don't like those.
See, it works. This one's quite decent, and like this one's a cheaper tripod that was from Walmart. But then I have an Insignia one that's like that tripod retails for like $80.
I think the Insignia one is the one that I have with the crank handle, with that doesn't have the crank is busted on it. The handle's busted off. And I don't have the quick disconnect. I literally pulled that one out of the garbage.
See that becomes an issue then.
It still works as a tripod if I can get a new head for it, but
yeah, it's because I have that one, and then the other 2 are on the trunk of Stitch. I'm not gonna go grab those because I'd have to go grab the keys.
I have an Argus one, I think it is. That's my favorite one. That's the one that gets like 6.5 feet tall. It's got really nice sturdy legs. I can actually hang the camera underneath of the tripod, so I can hang it down instead of up.
Yeah. Well, see, that's something that I can do with this, because technically this does have a little hanger on the bottom of it that I could hang something and do it that way too.
But it also has a screw port on the bottom that I can literally attach a different head to the bottom half and hang the camera underneath of the tripod.
Oh, interesting.
So it hangs like that one hangs from the bottom of the legs that spread out. The one that I have literally hangs from the bottom of the head. So it's the bottom. It's actually the part that goes up and down inside the head. It hangs from the bottom of that.
That's fair.
But
okay.
But yeah, I'm down to one crappy tripod, and it's ones that Jess actually bought for doing things like attaching her webcam to. I just kind of have yoinked it and borrowed it for now because she wasn't using it. Kind of like the the snow globe, which I can't get high enough to get because it's stuck under my keyboard. But yeah, this thing, that's technically Jess's. Technically, this webcam is Jess's. Just
Yeah, because actually, well, you can actually see because right now what God, that's a loud fucking diesel. One of these diesels that has like
Oh my
a
God, it's
5-inch
a pilot.
freaking exhaust over there.
We have a pilot,
It's-
chat.
Huh?
We have a pilot. A pilot has finally arrived.
That
We can safely fly.
was a bad one.
Of course, they're all bad. When are my jokes ever good?
You've had some decent ones, but
Normally, only if I'm being witty. And it's not normally while I'm on podcasting. It's normally like when I'm in like having conversations with just friends.
Yeah, well, and actually, something
I
because
am out of substance.
that is sad, man. Oh, okay, get the hell away from me, Walt. You can screw up. Thank you. The one thing that I can do here is show you, because of how bad it actually is spewing under the hood.
Oh yeah, we can take. We have potentially fixed, which he's gone again. We have potentially fixed his issue, hopefully.
Yeah, because I need to look at it closer. I think.
Well, you might want to switch the camera around
it's
so
not
we
from
can
the
see what you're
host.
seeing,
It's not from the host
because
side.
Right now, we're just seeing your Adam's apple.
Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to figure it out.
Beep boop beep
facing
boop
back.
boop beep beep boop. Ta-da!
Yeah, so you can see, because one thing is, it's actually leaking out of this side over here, because this is where the lines go in. This is nice and dry for the most part, right? All the fluid is right down here. So coincidentally,
where's the line at?
because of that, well, the lines are over here.
Where's the line going to the back of the unit? Pump.
Well, that's not what's causing, because there is a little bit on there, but I don't think that's the issue, because you can tell that's just
so it's the
residual
front seal on the
of it
pump.
getting, because it's flung out, because what's happening
I
is
see
it's coming out of here, and I believe it's getting caught in the alternator, and it's flinging it into the hood. Which, because I did a little trick of like, okay, well, it's leaking, so I put a little bit of brake fluid on there. So yeah, the brake fluid has just made the paint just disintegrate.
Yeah, that was.
Some just fell on the air cleaner. So, yeah. So unfortunately, that's the thing. But
Okay,
oh well.
A little Radicam won't fix.
Yeah. So basically, I need to. It's the pump itself that I need to replace. It has a weird pulley on it compared to most, so I'll actually have to pull the pulley off.
Yeah, it looks
to
like
do
it's
it.
the front seal.
Yeah, it's just frustrating. So, but oh well. That's what happens though. You pull a motor out that's been sitting for a good 5-6 years,
So I just
and you don't.
the power steering pump that's on my car is the same one that was from the 403.
Oh,
I
yeah.
literally just kept it attached to the car. And they were interchangeable, I do believe.
Yeah, and now, even though the top is usually down with the windows down, but I've got those.
Yeah, it's a nice sticker.
Right, and finally got these. I've been waiting for so long. Plus, there's one actually on the dash as well. You can see there, and then I have it on the quarter windows of this thing, which this thing has so many freaking stickers. You'd think I was sponsored, but I'm not.
You are sponsored. You're sponsoring yourself.
And there's that.
You're sponsoring
But I mean,
Roy.
I've got Clinton cams. There's 2 of those. I've got AMSOIL on here. That's the QR code to my channel. That's my rally number for No Boys Allowed. Roy Markle's Garage, and then me.
Yeah.
So
I have a for Fox sake sticker on all of my vehicles.
nice. See, and then on this side, I have similar, but I do have a We Are the Classics, which is a group on Facebook.
You need a NOVAtazz one on there.
Send me one.
I gotta get
Along
one.
with the stuff you owe me.
I only have the crappy ones that aren't going to last outside.
Fair enough. Here, let me
the good ones I have to buy singly on my on the Teespring, but I have not technically shut down my Teespring, but I also haven't bought anything off of the Teespring or promoted it.
Well, the one thing is, if you want to, because the website I used, and it took forever because of stupid shipping over the border or whatever else, because they're based out of the States. It's called Vinyl Status. And pretty good quality overall. I've only had them on for about a week, but they haven't had really any issues with lifting or anything.
fading. That's my biggest issue. I hate fading stickers.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they're going to, because I mean, so far they seem to be good. The only thing I'd
other
say
ones before?
No, never
I
have.
thought you had different ones. The same style, but I
never.
thought you had some like a while ago.
Nope, I've never had my decals on my cars. I've had the QR codes. That's different though.
Decos. Difference between America and Canada: decos versus decals.
Oh well, yeah.
Oh, I love it. I am no way in you know, like when I pick on like you and whatever, it's not a bad thing. It's just a different thing.
Yeah, I know. That's fine.
Pilot says he needs to replace the shocks. He's only got 60,000 miles on his car.
That's not a lot.
I still have
actually,
original. I have factory shocks on my TA.
See, I have.
I think they're factory.
Factory shocks on this. I do have factory. Well, actually,
the truck still has its factory shocks on it.
Yeah, I don't have OEM shocks on the other car, but I do have. They're Monroes, so you know they're. Oh, there is a teen mechanic with no. There he is.
I got one word for you. You're a genius.
There you go.
Nice.
I told you, you gotta do some research, and sometimes you just need to see what the part looks like.
Okay, let me tell you how much research I did. I did a lot of research. Okay, I just didn't Google
look up what the bolt looked like.
Well, I did look. I did. This is what the bolt looks like. Look, see, look at that. Look, that's what the bolt looks like.
Right.
It's just
you obviously would have seen that it wasn't threaded all the way through.
I'm just too scared to start air hammering things.
You're a mechanic. 90% of this shit we air hammer off.
Well, I mean, okay. Here's the one thing though. If it's a bolt that's a stubborn bolt that you can't get out, worst case scenario, you snap it and you just have to replace it anyways.
Yep.
And it's not like
as long as it doesn't snap the end off inside the part.
Exactly. Like what I did with the engine swap on this car, because
exhaust bolts, I just snapped them anyway.
Yeah. Well, but again, it wasn't my fault. The thing is, the actual intake bolts that are going into the head snapped a shear off. Like, oh, frick.
That's awesome.
But we're still able to get, it was snapped in the way, though, where what I loosened out was out of the head. So it was mostly just snapped in the intake.
So you could get a pair of vice grips or channel locks or something on it.
Yeah, we were able to. Actually, I think we had to weld one onto it.
Yeah, but see, he doesn't have a welder. That is and I don't have a welder. So most of the times I either have to get I have a pipe wrench that I use for that, a really good pipe wrench, or sometimes I will do what he just did. What he has is just take an air grinder and grind a slot in it, and back it out with a flathead.
See, I don't have an air hammer.
Well, no, that takes a big sledge and a freaking lot of beating. I've done that too.
Yeah. I have a sledge. I have a 4-pound sledge. I have my welder.
See, though technically, I do have an air hammer. The problem is I don't have an air supply.
That's fair. I mean, my air compressor itself has, because most fittings are standard, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what the size is, but most tools are just your standard. Exactly. This is not. It's the small 3/8 or whatever. And it's like, what the hell? Why would you design a compressor with that?
Because it's not designed. It's not designed for the bigger tools. It's got the smaller airline because it's designed for a smaller size tool. It's not designed for the bigger standard automotive grade tools.
Well, even my little die grinder won't work with it either.
As we're watching the sparks fly, it's the 4th of July.
But yeah, I'm I don't have a lot of tools. I have mostly basic tools, and then I have my welder, my grinder. I just got the die grinder the other day, and which I got my wheels back. But now the problem is because I have decided to do a different route on both the cars for wheels.
Mongols Garage.
So I really don't need them anymore. Huh?
Mongols Garage just stopped in.
Oh, Mongrel. Sweet.
Jesse wants to know, what is Team Mechanic cutting now? If you can hear us, Joe, and clue us in as to what you're dissecting.
I don't know if he can hear us.
I don't know. He's probably ignoring us now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, Team Mechanic was just giving us fireworks. The sparkler kind.
But I mean, the one thing is, like, because I've actually gotten to work with him. That was on the
Mongo's
when
Garage.
I sold him. Well, when I sold him the marquee, we were working together to try and get that thing running. Right? He is a joy to work with, to be honest, because he jokes around like everybody else.
A lot of the people that have stopped in here within the last year or so have been friends of your channel, and I do have to give you much props and appreciation for hauling their butts in here.
Well, I for quite a while, like I haven't done it as much recently,
Yes,
but I used to.
a lot. I promoted it quite a bit on this one right before, but I don't tend to promote days in advance, only like a couple minutes before I go on.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, I don't really do it days in advance either. Like, I'll put it just on my community tab to say, hey, I will be live on this channel, whatever else, if I know I'm going to be there. And if you have the link, I'll just share the link within that hour sort of thing. And then, yeah, I don't reach out to individual people that way, but I do talk about your lives as well in my videos.
All right.
So there's that too, if people want to come out, whatever else. And I'm actually not sure if I have your link in my description or not. Like in my
about section. Yours, even though I had a bunch of people that I used to associate with, and I just recently removed them. Because they weren't associating anymore, and it's like I'm sitting here promoting for somebody that doesn't even talk to me anymore. So
yeah, that's fair. Like I do, because I think I have Mongrel, I have Team Mechanic.
You're on my recommended channel list, I do believe.
Oh, there you go. See, I don't even know how to update that.
You gotta go into edit on your computer.
Yeah. See, I never do anything on the computer. That's why.
Yeah, so. You're the third one over. It's the Mighty TA. Just because I just put him there not long ago. There's Chris, Firebird Nation. Then there's you. And then there's Send It Steve, Vice Grip Garage. Rambling, my friend Pete, Mr. Fireman 164, Rambling Around. I gotta get Team Mechanic up here. Joe Daddy's Garage, Camaro Time, Junkyard Digs, and Grimm's Auto Service are the ones that I have up there right now.
Yeah, because like I do know that old P Mechanic there does want to be in more of these. He's just usually either busy or has forgotten. Because I know lately he's been so damn busy.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's why I send you guys all the individual links. I mean, if there's more people that want to come up here and come join us and want to bring their friends along to come in and come hang out with us, I mean, number one, if you're in the live chat often enough, and to the point to where I recognize who you are all the time, you know, that's the problem is I don't want to just pull anybody up here.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Like
most of the time, I would rather people have a set location. You know what I mean? Kind of like, you know, obviously it doesn't have to be what I have because I've been doing this for a while.
Yeah.
You generally have the same set every week. You generally have a space that you do shit. You weren't even planning on coming up here tonight. So
I just
obviously don't expect you to be in your set space. You know.
Well, I mean, to be honest, like my set space has gotten kind of uncomfortable, so that's why a lot of the time lately, it's been nice enough I can just sit in the car. Mm-hmm. So you know.
Yeah, but my point is a lot of the time when people aren't used to being up on a podcast, they'll go live in a common area, like a common area of their home. And the problem with that is you got people walking by all the time. You got people making noise in the background. You know, when you're on a podcast, you kind of try to want to eliminate a lot of that.
Oh yeah, like because you know when I've done the live streams in my living room, and then you know my dad comes along, and it's just like, hey, you know, I am live, so.
I like Jesse's comment.
What?
He goes, "Cat has the Mustang. It's the cool office."
There you go. Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, and this, because this thing, the one thing is, this car is the most fun to be in, right?
Well, think about it this way. You're a blonde in a drop-top Mustang. I mean, what's cooler than that?
Well, I also fit the trope very well of being a blonde dyke in a white convertible.
It's cool. It's just...
Why no? It's just funny though, because like my dad pointed that out to me one time. It's like, son of a bitch. Yeah.
Jesse says
It's
it makes
the
him want to
one-
want a convertible. Just cut the top off the Bronco. Wait, doesn't his Bronco? I guess no, his Bronco doesn't do a drop top, does it?
Nope. Bronco 2s do not have a removable top.
Ah, that sucks. That's okay.
Like,
Guess
and
what? He's got
actually-
that old Ford. He can cut the top off of it, and make it a rag top.
See, he could just, redneck T-tops, cut the metal out and then just make seals for it and just make sure you can clip them back
Put a
in.
moonroof in him. That's the
That can work.
removable. That's where you have the actual metal section that you can just take off.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, just literally cut the old roof out of it, as a Targa top and just have it as a removable Targa top.
Yeah, he's out in the middle. We don't have a range where he's at, does it? Just throw a tarp over it.
Hey, this thing, because one thing is that I had to do, it looks kind of ugly, but to be fair, I have the top down most of the time so you can't even see it. Unless if, like, I'm parked here, yeah, the top's obviously up most of the time. I rarely leave the top down when I'm inside. But the thing is, because there's a big old nasty hole in the top. Right where on the driver's side, where the window meets the actual
is there
top.
a way for you to patch that, or do you have to get a whole new top?
I could actually potentially patch it. I just don't know how to spell.
Well, I don't know. No, I think there's adhesive patches that you literally
you might be able to do that. I don't know if it would be watertight though.
Yeah, they're like because my mom had a LeBaron with a drop top, and they're literally like it's the same material as the vinyl top, but it has an adhesive that literally bonds it to the rest of the canvas.
Well, see, I'll show you here. Just need to put the top up.
Oh.
He says there's a rare Bronco 2 with removable side windows, and he will not cut his F-250. Mongo's Garage was working on the Mustang today.
Cool. Because you can actually see, when I take that off,
You got daylight?
you can see where my nice patch job is of this tape.
Oh, okay. So
You know?
it's the bottom corner of the... So I don't know if that would be a good place to put a patch then. You might have to actually...
Yeah.
How much are the
Which-
tops for those things? Just the canvas part, not the frame.
It's about $280.
It's not too bad.
No, it's not. Like, the one thing is, because something that I want to do though, because like this is still the original top to this car, right? And it still is in pretty good shape overall.
It's a
It just
black top,
has
right?
Nope, it's white.
White? You should put either a black or a red top on that car.
I've thought about red.
'Cause it would match the
Other people
interior.
have told me no,
But
but
a black top would match the exterior details that you have like on your hood.
yeah, here.
Yeah, I think that would look nice black or the red. I think black would look nicer.
The black probably will. Well, like something that I want to do with this thing because okay, we do have well, if you've ever seen the ASC McLaren, either the Capris or the Mustangs.
No, I think
They
I
had
saw
a-
the one picture that somebody shared with us, but I think that was it.
Well, okay, so basically, the one thing is those tops don't actually fit this because they do, the rake of it
The
is closer to
windshield
like that.
is further back.
Yeah, it's further back. So the tops are physically different, but I'd love to buy one of those tops and then get it modified to fit this because the one thing is it has windows here as well,
Okay.
which actually has a really cool look to it.
I don't know how easy that would be to do though.
I have a connection to the upholstery place here in town that does really amazing work with anything. So,
Yeah, that would be cool.
You know.
But I think it would look really good in black.
yeah, it probably would. It just, right now, it's still the original top. It's not bad yet, so
Yeah,
I'm
you
just gonna
gotta
keep
worry
it.
about that
One
moisture
thing-
getting down inside somewhere and start rotting out the bottom of the car.
yeah, which it's not getting in like bad. Like, to be honest, that was the worst of it back there. Because the only time it gets any moisture inside if it's like pouring rain and you're going down the highway, you'll get a little bit coming through the seals. But other than that,
Okay, I need some input.
What's up?
okay.
So, hang
by
on,
the
let me
way,
turn
the
my camera
chat
on.
wants to know what you were grinding away at.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me show you.
We were getting a 4th of July show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. This here is the intermediate shaft of the T-Bird, and you can see this. The actual shaft itself. Ignore the shackle. The shaft had 2 studs in it, 2 dowels, 2 rivets, whatever you want to call them, and I just ground and air hammered those out. And then this guy had just 1 stuck bolt in it. Anyway, I believe because Ford used the same rag joints for everything from like 1969 through 1990. So the thing is, what I don't get is that all of these rag joints have different size dowels. Let me try and explain this the best I possibly can, because down here at the see if you can kind of see down here. This here is the old mounted like shackle on the box. That has to come off. So that right there is the equivalent of this, the splined, bolted, pinch bolt type deal, right? You can see how that's a butterfly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That bolts on right here. So the thing is, on either side of the butterfly, there is 2 dowels. On the original one, those were bolts that went into the shackle. Right? Now, the shackle is going to move everywhere unless it's bolted down. Now, the problem is, on the other model, the bolts are on the rag joint itself, right? Which on the old one were studs. So basically, the studs and bolts have switched places. And the studs on this new one, obviously, they're both different sizes, only fits in one side, and it's very loose fitting. So it's obviously not...
I think you still need a nut and bolt to go through the rag joint part into the shaft. I think that those studs go into the shackle.
Yeah, that's exactly what does happen, right? But check this out. That's look, let me show you what happens if this were put
Stop
together.
moving around because you're really fucking with your pixelization and frame rate.
So
Well, here,
basically,
I've got obviously a Ford of little liter, similar
Jesus.
to that. So give me a second here.
yeah.
You're moving too fast there.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I'll just show you what I'm working with in the meantime. Check this out. See this?
Yeah.
Right? The shackle actually does fit over the studs, and then you could bolt this onto the rag joint, and then have this go on and be on your way. The problem with that is then the shackle is just bouncing everywhere. This thing will just fly off. What the hell's the point of the shackle? Right?
Those studs, aren't they threaded?
No.
What holds the shackle to the studs?
Nothing.
Yeah.
That's my point.
It's a rivet.
Yeah, that should be threaded, because even on this it is, because I remember actually we replaced it in that car. This one's actually in
Jesse
still
says
good shape.
that
I think
the
this is
studs go
replaceable.
into the shaft.
Yeah, well, guess what? The studs do go into the shaft on the old one. On this one, the studs are not in the right place to go into the shaft.
Is that the
would make this.
Is that the correct rag
This
joint,
steering
or
would
did they
be
give you the
25
wrong
degrees.
one?
That's the only rag joint that I can possibly find for this car. So this would make the steering 25 degrees out.
Let me do some-
Have you
do some
checked
magic.
Napa?
What year's the car?
Well, here, okay.
No, I have not.
What year's the car?
Well,
74.
74 Thunderbird.
You betcha.
yeah, and it should be the same one regardless of what engine's in it. So
Yeah, it should. Oh, okay.
check.
I'm gonna look on.
Because that's the one thing, like, and also something that is worthwhile of doing too. Now that you have that
What's
thing
that?
out, physically take that into Napa and say, hey, I need a rag joint for 74 Thunderbird, but it has to fit this, right? Because that's what I did with the butler. Just to make sure that, hey, they're going to give me the right part, because I've been given wrong parts at times.
Right, yeah. Well, I got this one on Rock Auto.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the only one that they had. I'm just looking right now. And that was an expensive rag joint. It was like $30.
That's not expensive.
I know. The other thing is, the studs are all different sizes and they're not threaded. The old one wasn't threaded either,
No,
mind
this
you.
one's
That
not
was
threaded, the one that I'm looking at, but it has 2 studs and nuts that go up through the where the nobody was talking to you. Shut up. Freaking nosy bitch. There's got 2 bolts and nuts that go through the open holes you have.
Yeah, that's what's on these, on the Fox bodies, like that too.
Yeah. Hang on, let me show you the only possible thing that I can come up with. I just dropped a phone down the table, so hang on. There we go. Okay. So
Never thought I'd ever hear that in my life.
yeah, it's it's original. So here's what this technically should look like. If I wanted the steering to be proper, ignore this shackle. This is the box end of the intermediate shaft. This would go onto the studs like so, right? This would just go right on. The trouble is, one of the studs is too thick. So theoretically, I'd be just fine if I ground down this stud just a little bit, just to shave it down. Maybe use a file or something.
Are they two the same size on that shaft?
No. On the same, yeah, they are. On the shaft, they're the same size. And it's close, but it's just not quite. Like, it is, I could press it in, but why, like, even then, that's not right.
Well, also, gotta remember with Rock Auto too, because they usually buy the surplus extras of stuff from other people that didn't sell, and it might be because it's the incorrect part too, or that it's not necessarily incorrect, but it is there was a manufacturing error in it. Because I've had that through Rock Auto before.
So have I, for sure. It's just this one is correct. It's a correct. Oh, and that's the other problem. Look at this. These are too far apart. So even if I did grind this big one down, what a freaking...
Somebody else on this forum is having the same problem.
Excellent. Let's hear it.
That you are. I'm looking, and it's a Ford GTS Sport Roof, a 1972.
There you go. Just collect my bearings, because God knows I'm going to lose them.
Well, see, now that you have that part, like,
yeah,
honestly, yeah, just go into Napa and throw it out with it.
Yeah, I think that is what I'm going to do. I think, I mean, I never shop at Napa, ever, and I'm guilty of that. I've always gone to Auto Value or Parts Source.
To the holes that we told you to bolt them to, and forget the shackle.
Forget the shackle. Okay,
well,
the problem with that...
I'm still looking. They're still...
Okay. The problem with that is then the steering will be 25 degrees out.
Right.
Actually, no, it won't be 25 degrees. 45 degrees. Wait. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. 45. No. 90 degrees. 90 degrees out.
Yeah. It wouldn't actually be doing its job as a rag joint.
I'm having my damn... I'm having a day.
We've all been there, trust me.
Yes.
I was there with cooling issues in this damn car, you know. You're there right now with that.
I'm going to get off the laptop and my computer and look at
but all
what
of
the hell's going on.
The big and the small end that I'm seeing of those pins.
Yeah, they all do. It's supposed to be that way.
I don't know why.
Well, see,
the phone's already dying. Excellent.
Is different.
Like, I'm curious with that, because I know Ford was famous for this, of using the same part across just about every model for a lot of stuff, especially something like that.
No, you're thinking of Chevy.
No, I'm actually thinking about Ford that way. There was a long time where they used the same part for just about everything.
Yeah, that's true. I can see that.
Like, it was during the 60s and some of the 70s.
Does it say?
But,
Would you two knock it off?
Because, yeah, like, that looks just very, very similar to what the Fox body style is.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Yeah, so, like, you know, I wonder if, because I'm curious if the one that they gave you, either A, manufacturing error, or B, maybe it's for a truck.
It is for a truck, and it's for everything. It's not just for a truck. Like, it would fit my LTD, but it's not like, oh, come on, dude. No, I mean, it is for a truck. The thing is, it's not exclusive to trucks. I've seen so many of them with the.
The thing is, with Rock Auto, they will have incorrect listings too. I've come across that because.
So have I.
Well, I ordered brakes for. I still have these drums actually. They're brand new in my freaking shed. I ordered a full brake set for Stitch. The problem is they listed, and I didn't measure correctly on the thing, but still, the thing is, I ordered brakes, and they said, "Oh yeah, these fit a Mustang." Well, actually, they don't. They're 10-inch 4-lug drums. Only fit a Fairmont wagon. That's the only one that used that. But they had it under listed as a Mustang. I'm like, no, it's not the same. So I have those plus the shoes for those in my shed. Could I technically convert the car over to 10-inch drums and whatever? Yeah, I could, but why?
There's no point. Yeah.
Let me see that part again.
Okay, let me show you. Wait, no, that's not right. Yeah, let me show you this Rock Auto listing first.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Okay, because this is the exact listing. Okay, this here is the listing that I saw. This is the picture. It's a little bit different. You can even see just the pattern on the rag joint itself is different. But the 2 bolts are normal, but you can see the butterfly is right. But that's the right size stud, and that's an even smaller stud. So the studs are different sizes. There's no arguing that. The studs are different sizes. That's the problem. For 3/4, 36 inch, or 36 spline. Jesus.
Now,
full round.
Hold on. Let me show you. Now, this is not for. Let me just show you what I'm seeing here. So now this is slightly different than your application, but the pins, the pins don't seem to. The shaft seems to go to the bolts. The pins just locate.
Yeah, I know. The thing is with that shaft is the old shaft had the pins within the shaft, and I ground the old pins, the old dowels. I ground those out of the shaft. I had to cut those out of the shaft, as you're supposed to do, because they're from the old rag joint. But they're just wait.
I wonder if those pins that you ground out were actually studs that were supposed to go into the holes of the rag joint.
No, maybe they were. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Because they were not.
Have your old rag joint still?
No, it's gone. That's the whole reason. All the rubber is
no idea what
gone.
the old one looked like.
No, because I bought the car with it just clanking all over the place because the rag joint was gone. So I'm going to look into 2 things. One being a whole intermediate shaft, and with a rag joint already installed. That's what I'm going to do actually right now because I'm kind of dead in the water.
So something like this.
Oh, wait a minute. No. I saw that listing too. Yes, except that's the wrong ending. on the other end that bolts to the column. Oh, God. I'm getting somewhere. Like this one. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's $122. That's not awful. It's
See now,
close. No cigar.
alternatively, I can see about as well going out to Greg's and looking at the T-Birds out there
Oh, yeah, that's true.
to see if it's the same style or not.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I mean, I would say I would just go out there. The problem is I'd have to take my truck, and I don't have $600.
Here's one off of a different year that looks
Well, what
similar
year?
to what you're. I don't know if I can
This
make it
is
any bigger.
very interesting.
Yeah, that one looks closer.
Let's see. Sorry, I missed it.
I'm trying to get to a good shot of this thing.
Yeah, that looks exactly. That looks
And
a
it
ton
looks like the
closer.
pins they have going to the bracket and the.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong because I'll tell you why. The no, unless someone messed with it. No, sorry. The oh wait. No, that's still
I'm not looking
wait.
at this
No,
end.
yeah, no, that is
I'm
right.
not looking at
Sorry,
this end.
that's
I'm
right.
looking at the end that's connected to the rag joint.
No, that's what I'm looking at too, and that is right. I'm totally wrong. That is correct. What the hell is going on? That is exactly correct. Where did you find that?
eBay listing. I'll send it to you.
Sure, thanks. Facebook. Okay.
I should send it to you at some point. For an 87 Ford Thunderbird.
That's the same.
7
Thing.
T-Bird? If it's an 87 T-Bird, it's probably not the same intermediate shaft.
No, but the end where the whole point is the pictures for the end where the rag joint connects is what I was trying to show.
Okay.
He doesn't know what his original one looked like. Though that retainer looks pretty similar to the one that he has, and
This
more
is right.
so looking at the setup that it is, so that way he can figure out how to put the new one on.
This is exactly right. Mind you.
So that
What the hell?
that looks the same as what's in these, actually. Which, to be fair, that is a Fox body freaking steering shaft. So
What? This is getting very confusing.
it is.
But
Yes, bolts go into the bracket, and then the studs stick into the rag joint from the shaft. The shaft has the studs in it, go through the holes in the rag joint.
But
It's not supposed to have studs on the rag joint.
I know.
Your rag joint, your intermediate shaft, you just ground the studs out of, is supposed to have the studs.
It's supposed to have the studs, yes. Although there's no way to replace the
rag joint in your hand.
The trouble is, I was confident in my decision about grinding those studs out because regardless of the studs being there or not,
you can always throw bolts
they're not
through it anyway.
Yeah, which is what I'm going to do. But it's not modular. At that point, there's nothing I can do. I just saw a picture, and I don't want to lose it because I just saw a picture with just a piece of a rubber disc with 4 holes in it, and that's exactly what I need. So if I can find that, the problem is I just ground a bolt off too that I needed for that, but whatever. Oh man.
Sam, to be fair, you could just redneck it, and as long as you had, like, if you got a hockey puck and drilled the holes that way, you could technically use that.
Wait a second. Yeah, I could do that. That's true.
Yeah.
Um,
And people have been doing it forever because they're cheaper than a rag joint.
Isn't a hockey puck too thick?
yeah.
Depending.
Because I know our
Yeah,
hockey
it
pucks
might be.
here are like yay fucking
Yeah,
thick.
it might be a tad too thick. That is
Considering
correct.
a rag joint's only like 3/8 of an inch thick.
Definitely too thick, although you could probably just put it on a bandsaw and cut it down. The thing is,
True.
a hockey puck is more brittle and less malleable. I am now thinking that I'm losing my mind again. Let me think. Oh, God, I should have the part in my hand. I'm going to go get the part. Because...
This is why his Cadillac goes to the dealer, Pilot says. Jesse says just buy the right rag joint. And yeah, that's right. But it's a matter of finding out what the right rag joint is.
Yeah, which
I think the
he's
thing
got
that he was
import
looking
rag joint.
for, the part he was looking for, it's called the OER C2553 steering coupler disc. And it comes with a bunch of different adapter. I guess it's more of a universal fit.
Yeah, see.
So
Yeah,
this
'cause
one's
it's-
for GMC, Chevy, Pontiacs.
Oh yeah, see, that's probably different. Because yeah, the one thing is with that, because yeah, he definitely got sent the incorrect part, 100%.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no... That's not even a question. God, dude.
What you
Okay,
said was a
so-
74. That's not right. This one. Let's go up here and engine vehicle. It's no, I don't want to search a new vehicle. I don't want to add it though.
It's a 460.
74 Ford Thunderbird.
And see, I don't think the engine should matter in that, but maybe it does.
It's
It
just
would-
search terms. It's just the way that they're freaking doing.
Ah, God. Damn. Sorry. Okay, hang on. I'll be right.
He didn't
And
even
he's
get
done.
to finish the whole word.
No, he did not. Rude. Rude.
Okay,
Yeah,
so this
so-
one, this Bergeson Universal one has 4 bolts through it. In fact,
The
most
bolts-
of these ones do, but they're $105. Detroit Speed drag joint. Except for it doesn't only shows one picture. It's only $50. It looks like those 2 are bolts. And the other 2 might be studs.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, he should just bring that entire rag joint with the shackle and everything into a Napa, and they should be able to figure it out. You know? 'Cause that's the one thing. I deal mostly exclusively Napa. So they've rarely ever throw me wrong. Compared to Rock Auto, where I've been getting more and more issues with them, so
That's the same one he just picked up.
yeah. And actually something. Because I'm going to
See,
show
now
it
all the
off.
ones that I'm seeing here, the pin's going in the opposite direction of the way his is.
Yeah, well, and now in the distance on mine, you can see the nice sunset,
Ooh, it is pretty.
right? And I love that it's 10 o'clock and it's still bright out. Like the one nice part about this time of year.
Yeah, even this one, the flange bolts in and the pins are not, I don't know.
Yeah, there might be 2 different styles.
And technically his steering wouldn't be a quarter turn out. Oh wait, no.
It would be.
No, because he's got the He's got the spline end that goes down into the steering box.
Because all of that is.
So
is
all
just,
you'd have to
that's
do is
shackle.
turn the wheel straight, turn the steering wheel so it's straight, and as long as he put the splines into the steering box in the right order, it doesn't matter which way the rag joint's facing.
True. Because the
And
one thing
I don't know if you need the shackle part.
Because technically speaking, that shackle, I think it's just a security device too. For it.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, bud. We can't hear you. God, he's been having nothing but issues with that damn mic.
Yeah, Jesse, it's the same thing. I keep finding that one that he's got in his hand, and not the style that came in his car originally.
Yeah. I just realized there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. So no, actually, it does matter what it does matter. It will be out because this spline is keyed.
Oh, okay. So that's
number one. And number two, I think I've figured something out. These here bolts that comes with it, I might be able to use this. I think what I'm going to end up trying to do is either A, grind this off, get rid of this butterfly spline, whatchamacallit, just get rid of it, and then just use this as the hockey puck and then use all the old equipment. Or B, and just get some regular nuts and bolts. Or B, I could try and grind these rivets off and then just pivot this 90 degrees so that the actual, so that the butterfly is just, instead of occupying the holes it occupies the other two. So that's what I'm
not the same space apart.
Oh yeah, right. That's the other thing. Right. I forgot all about that. So then I guess we're getting rid of this and I'm just going to have to use the rubber itself, which, yes, it's still the wrong spacing, but should work theoretically.
Theoretically.
I'm just like brainstorming. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, like something I would do, honestly, just take that rag joint that you have, take the intermediate shaft and everything, and just bring it into a Napa, right? Because one thing is,
they have what he's looking for.
Deal with the old stuff.
They have what he's looking for. It's $16.
What are you talking about? Send me that. Send me what you're looking at. Dude, you better not be yanking my chain. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he would not be that mean.
I'm not here to fuck with people. I'm here to help people.
Well, sometimes you are, but not in that way.
And it's for a 76 Ford Thunderbird.
Whatever.
It's same freaking generation, so yeah. Which...
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, that's what I saw. That's the one. Okay. Look at that. Okay. I guarantee you these people don't ship to Canada. I can pretty much just guarantee that.
All you need is the part number.
But
search the part number on Google.
Yeah. 16. Wait a second. So no, man, no. I am totally able to. I already paid for this, so I'm just going to grind this down and use that. Why wouldn't I? Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I've decided. These nuts may or may not be useful. The trouble. Okay, here's another dilemma I'd be facing. Just in case, I don't know if you guys know anything about this. These are particular bolts. You can see it as a shank.
The shank fits through the rag joint.
Yeah, the shank is important. That's an important diameter. So I can't just go to a Lowe's and get that. So I don't know. That's another thing.
It's just used to make sure that that doesn't chew into the rag joint, and it also doesn't. You can get a shanked bolt. And if you have a tap and die set, you can go. All right, so you can go to your parts store. You get what it's called a the fuck do they call them? The threads don't go all the way to the head.
Yeah. It's got a shank.
And if you needed and you can get them in different sizes. Do you guys have we have an actual place that literally just sells bolts and nuts and
Greg. Yeah, we've got lots of places that can do that.
And literally that's all they sell. They will have all of those weird shits with the different shoulders. Yeah, like Violet says, it's a shoulder bolt.
Oh, it's actually got, they've actually got T-Birds at the junkyard. Let me see if, what else uses that same rag joint? That's my question.
Like you said, everything, but the problem is it's getting mixed in with this other style rag joint.
That's true too. But I mean, the one thing is, anything that is that platform, so your LTD, the Galaxy,
The Grand Marquis.
Grand Marquis, just a regular Marquis, should all use that. Because the only one that was its own, I believe, was the Mark V.
Wait, the Mark IV was the same though. So here's an 89 Grand Marquis.
Oh, no, that's what I was thinking. Marquis and Grand Marquis are different.
Are they?
When you went back far enough, the Grand Marquis was on the Lincoln chassis, while the regular Marquis was on the T-Bird chassis.
Yes. Okay, wait. Lincoln. What about a Mark IV? I can pretty much get. Yeah, no, those aren't in the junkyard. So.
Yeah, I doubt there'd be a Mark IV in a junkyard.
What about a Mark V? What about a Mark VI? What about a Mark VII?
Yeah, Mark VI is just awful. Mark VII is a box body.
The Mark VI is awful? I can't even picture a Mark VI.
Take a Mark V and shrink it, but have the same styling of it. It does not look right.
No, not Mark VII, you stupid Google. Okay. Oh, yeah, I've seen the Mark VIs. I like those.
Like, they're not... They look okay, but it's like... You took the lines of a Mark V, which look okay being massive, and you shrunk them, right?
Yeah.
And it just doesn't look right.
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't look right.
It literally, that's absolutely on point what they did.
Yep. And I don't know why, because my dad, he loves Mark Vs. But it's like, dude, you love Mark Vs that have no power and they don't have all the...
All right, before you do anything stupid here.
I love Mark IVs.
Give me
Mark
hold that
III.
part up again.
He's holding it up.
Minus the
No,
Hudson bolts.
the rest of it.
It's in the garage.
Why did you grab it?
Because I didn't want to bring in a giant greasy thing while I've just washed my hands. I'm sitting at the kitchen counter right now.
Oh, well, whose fault was that?
This guy. So, yeah, I mean, God.
Honestly, I think your best bet is still the Napa route.
Here you go. Okay. Yeah, I think that wouldn't be so bad. I'm gonna see what I can do. Okay, check this out. This here is a picture. That's the picture I posted to 460 Ford Forum. And right under that, this is on Google Images. Right under that is this, which is exactly what I need.
I just sent you.
Yeah, it is. And it's $31. Larry's Thunderbird and Mustang parts. I wonder, now I'm getting very curious if perhaps...
Hold on. Now, come here. I think you have this freaking wrong. I don't think you need to freaking do anything of what you think you need to do.
Wow, that's a little disrespectful.
Would you shut up for a minute? Okay, so you have all of those parts with you, right?
Yes.
Well, not on him, like they're in
Look at that stupid, ridiculous nonsense. This is
Hey, he just sent he has a picture up right now.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Now,
What are you looking at?
okay, so you have both the coupler and the other thingy, right?
Yes.
Okay, hold them up. I want to shrink this picture, but I want to see what you got. So
Okay.
I want you to stick. You got the rag joint.
Yeah.
He has to go into the shed or to his garage.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
I
don't
need
care.
I need the thing.
Well, I'll go get it. Give me a second. This is a disaster. I know. Just leave that alone.
You're probably killing my live stream, but that's okay.
What do you mean I'm killing you live stream? Hey, that's low.
No. We had 5. Now we're down to 3. I don't know. I think they've lost touch with us since we started dealing with this rag joint thing, but that's okay.
Well, I'm
technically
sorry.
okay.
We're helping somebody out, so they can deal.
You were at 5, and then I left, so then you were at 4.
Okay, here's what you got. Here's John.
Okay.
This is it.
Now, I want you to take those shoulder bolt thingies. Stick
Oh,
them
I left
through
those
the rag
inside.
joint.
Okay. Let me just go into the house again. Hang on.
What kitchen table? I don't care where. It'd be great if you could
Well,
use your tripod so you're not holding the freaking phone and the freaking parts and the freaking
Let me
third
be.
eyeball
Let
of
me
your
be.
third cousin.
Leave me be. I'm just so
You're
existing.
running out of hands unless you're an octopus.
This here is quartz that I'm now doing things on.
That's not my fault.
Okay, look,
stick
check
those
this
through
out.
There. From the back side forward.
Okay,
Both of
I'm
them.
just from the backside forward. That means that would have to go in this way.
No. Other way.
Yes,
The back
yes.
side of thing, the side that goes down towards the bottom. Bottom up.
Okay, well.
Look
Okay,
at the
there you
picture
go.
that I'm looking at.
Yep, I see it. There you go.
Okay, now
Okay.
put your shaft on those 2 bolts. Ignore the coupler for a minute.
Okay.
Or whatever
hang on.
the cage thing is.
Yeah. Give me a sec. Hang on.
Hello.
Okay.
Oh.
So, put the. Okay, there you go. The
No, not
Shackle.
on the studs. Put the
you want the shaft on the bolt.
yes.
Okay, the shaft is not fitting, but we'll pretend it does. Okay, there
Why
you go.
isn't it
Shaft is
fitting?
on the bolt. Well, because the spacing is wrong, but whatever.
Because they're too far apart,
Okay.
too close.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. It's on. It's close enough.
Well, no. Why isn't it fitting? I want to see why it's not fitting.
Look, well, you gotta look a little close. Look.
I can't, well, hold on. Let me shrink. Let me switch screens here.
Yeah, make you big.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make
there
it
you go.
big.
Okay, see this? This here, you can see the bolts coming in. There should be shackles
Great,
here, but
they're
that's
not.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then this is going through the shaft. They're kind of doing that cone thing where they're each going in at this angle, right?
Right. Okay.
But
No,
whatever.
that's not what I'm looking at on this screen over here. So,
Okay, well, we'll pretend that those fit. What do you want me to do next?
well, it would have been put the way that they have here. The cage fits over top of those bolt holes.
Okay, I need to see
Your
what you're
cage is
looking at.
different.
Yeah, it is, and I need to see what you're looking at.
Well, I had it up there.
Well, no, I need to see again.
Yeah, there you go. It's up.
So,
Your cage is different.
the
Yeah.
whole setup is different, but okay.
See, the bolts bolt through the shaft in through the sides, and then the pins are just resting against the cage.
Yeah. Okay, I see. The cage is different, but yeah, I do see what you mean. Yeah, so in that case, still, the shaft has to go onto these studs. That's the whole
But I think you said the
ordeal.
studs weren't the right width apart.
They're not, and they also are the wrong thickness, and that just doesn't work at all. So it's
That,
the
that
wrong
whole,
way.
that whole rag joint's not going to work. The holes are not in the right distance apart.
the rag joint will work if I cut it off and
No,
just
because
pretend
you've already
that it works.
proven that the fact that those studs are not for the right far apart. So if you grind the studs out, they're still not going to be the same distance, the right distance apart.
You're right, although I can make that work because it's rubber and also because
but then it'll be loose.
it shouldn't be that loose.
It'll be loose.
All right. Well, I think the only option, like I said, go into a Napa and just see what I can do, and just maybe order that
I
rag
really
joint.
find out what the hell that system is supposed to look like together.
Yeah, that would
Because
be great.
I'm finding everything else but that system.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was from a 74 rag joint post.
Yeah. Maybe that's a Mark V or a Mark IV. You know?
Parts. Let me see if I can order this part that you sent me. I'm just curious, and then I gotta go. But
It's not. It's got. Like when you have a problem and it's not even your problem, but now it's my problem.
yes, I do.
Yeah.
You've just made this problem my problem because my brain won't leave it alone now.
Yes, good for you.
Yeah,
I hate that.
I've seen the shaft bolts to the outer post. The pins are supposed to go in some guide holes on an extra flange on that shaft. So like, it flares out. Like a lot of the ones that I've seen. Let me see if I can pull this one up. A lot of the ones that I've seen, it's not like just a straight bar that goes across. It's a flared end. You see, it's flared, and then the pins go in these little cutouts here, and then the shaft actually bolts to the open spots. You see what I'm looking at?
Now I do. Yeah, I do see that.
Here.
Okay, so
I'm not, and again, it's the same thing here. You see it here too.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing your style where it's just a solid shaft that goes across. You got your shaft that comes from the steering column, and then you have the other shaft that goes across with your two holes in it. I'm not seeing that style. I'm just seeing this plate with the bolts that go through it, which would fit the style you have, the style you bought.
Yes.
But I'm not seeing the one you have with the bar that goes across with the.
I have a question. This link that you sent me, Max Auto Parts. Have you ever used them before?
No, I just did a search. I don't generally buy Ford parts, and so I don't generally have to go to weird sites to find them. You Ford people are weird.
Hey, what are you talking about?
I'm just teasing.
No, you're not. That's the funny thing.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
There's a hockey puck.
$36.
Yeah, every single one. I'm not seeing any. Wait! I found yours. It's a Mustang steering shaft from 1979 to 93.
Okay, that is what I was saying. That's why I got so pissed off because
and guess what it uses?
No. Let me show you something. Look. Let me show you something. Okay, put me on the screen or something, or look at my screen. Okay, this here is the rag joint from a 1979 to whatever Mustang. This is the same exact thing that I have.
Yeah, no. I found your exact freaking the picture that I found was your exact
it's having the wrong listings clearly. This is what this is.
Wait.
Has to be what it is.
Would you chill for a hot second? Where did it go? Here it is.
Damn it. Don't tell me you lost it. Yeah, okay. See, that's wrong.
Hold on. Hold your horsies.
Yes, I do.
Ad? No, this is not an ad. Okay. It's muted. I don't have to worry about it not muting. I'm going to stop sharing screen. I'm going to share the one that I want to share. And we'll find that spot. That looks like your steering shaft, if I can get it to sit still.
Okay, I know what I have to do. I'm gonna contact Napa.
Yeah, because that is the same style, which is identical to a Fox body.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes,
See it?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, because that's
is what
exactly
you
what
have
mine is.
there.
So.
And it uses that one that I sent you.
Yep. Which is the one that I was just about to order, but I didn't order it because I'm not sure if I want to order from that site, but we'll see.
Yeah, but this one's
Anyway.
different. This one's from LMR. LMR is definitely a trusted site.
Yeah. Wait, they have one. They have one for sale.
I have physically used LMR. Actually, the rad from the car came from LMR. So,
Okay, well, no, but did
LMR is
they
definitely
actually
a
have
trusted
that for
site here.
sale?
Let me send you the LMR link.
No, I know. Okay, yeah, I know that they're a trusted site. I'm just asking if they have the actual.
I don't know. You'll have to freaking do your end. I'm not gonna do that work for you.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying.
I said I'd
What?
send you the link.
What category would that even be at? Steering parts. There you
I
go.
don't know. I'm sending you the link straight to the page.
That's excellent. Okay, so it's
1962 to
1992.
1976 drag joint replacement kit.
Bushings.
It's $13.99 US.
I'm challenging myself to see if I can find it myself. Yep, I found it. Here it is.
yeah, and that looks identical to the one that I bought from Napa.
And if you look at the video, it looks identical to the one that you just this one right here. It's identical. That's even the same carriage, whatever.
Yeah. Here's what I don't understand. What the hell? There's a couple of parts on here. I just do not understand what the hell they are.
Well, watch the video.
No, it's too much work.
Oh,
No, I'm just kidding.
What? I'm just going.
I'm kidding. Okay, I'm gonna order this right now. As long as it doesn't take
Do not make me
16
come
years
up
to
to
get
Canada.
there. Yeah, actually, please do.
It'll
If it
probably
wasn't
take.
because it's the Thunderbird, I'd set it on fire on you. That's
Yeah,
okay. That's okay. You have a different Ford I can set on fire just because you're being a pain in the ass about that Ford
Am
that
I?
I don't care about.
You don't care about the F-150?
You also have that other Mercury or whatever the hell it was, unless you got rid of it already.
I already got rid of the Vic, if that's what you're implying.
Okay, well then, yes, we can set the Ford on. We can set the truck on fire. I have no love for that thing.
I mean, you might be able to claim insurance out of it and make money that way.
That's BS. I love that truck.
I'm joking. You never actually want to
Yes,
try
and
that.
Jesse's right. Check the part number. You can probably get it from a freaking a source that you have locally, and instead of ordering from LMR.
That's true too. Because like LMR is probably going to take at least a week, if not two.
Yeah, it's just... Oh, God. Okay,
Yeah, see,
before
I'm
I
just
start ordering
playing.
things, I'm going to
Jesse's all
contact
getting
Napa.
upset
Anyway,
because I'm talking about burning your truck down.
yeah, I know.
yeah, you have Napas that should be open on Sunday in Calgary. So
Right, yeah.
Pretty sure
let me-
everybody, at least the people up here on screen, knew I'm only playing.
No, I don't know that.
We've been friends
Oh,
for
really?
we've been
Yeah,
friends
let's be
for how
fair.
long?
like, even if you were being serious about it, you're nowhere close to even
I can't
trying to
afford
light
to
it
get
on
up to
fire.
Canada.
Are you guys actually having this conversation?
100%, yes.
Oh, now you know what? Now he's digging on my RAM. I don't even have enough drink to deal with that.
9 to 5, Napa's open on Sunday, so that's okay with me.
There
Okay,
you go.
I gotta go. Actually, I gotta go
Oh, so
pick
we solved
somebody
your
up.
problem and now you ditch us. I see how this is.
Yeah, you solved my problems. So I'll see ya in a couple of
Let's see
years.
what kind of friendship this is. This is a narcissistic friendship.
Narcissistic.
You're toxic.
Are you
Yep.
kidding me?
Well,
It's called
It's all about
unidirection.
you. As soon as it's not about you, you're gone.
Damn straight. That's how it goes. It's not arguing with that.
Oh, do you know what? I don't know about that. Jesse's trying to say that your truck is stronger than my truck.
It is. There's no doubt.
Well, you got a
110%.
250. I got a 1500. That's not a fair comparison.
No, I have.
No, the
It's
one thing
150.
is, okay, actually, Besides the transmission in your Dodge, the motor itself will outlive your 351, guaranteed.
That's not true.
No, actually, it is.
I kind of wonder. Now, the problem is again, he's got a 250. I've got a 1500.
I've got a 150.
That's
Where'd
what?
you get that from?
I thought you had an
Mine's a
Oh
150.
no, Jesse has the F250. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll
like,
jank your freaking Ford all over the fucking place.
No, you won't.
What gears
No.
you got?
No, like-
What gears you got in that truck?
oh no, trust me, he's got more power. He's got a better suspension than you do. Trust me. The one
That's
thing
fine.
is, everything else on that Dodge besides that motor will fall apart.
Absolutely.
The Ford is better put together, but the motor itself is better in the Dodge. I
got a
only know
question. Why
that
are you
because
saying that he's
We're
got
talking about
better
a demo
suspension than I
derby.
got?
We're talking about smashing things up, and I'm talking
No, I'm
about
not talking
that
about smashing. I
F-150.
said I'd pull you all over the place.
yeah, pull. As
Okay.
in, like, doing a tug of war.
Okay. Why do you feel this way about the 351?
Well, I've
the
got
one
a
thing
360 in mine.
Yeah, like, so the 360, one thing is his engine has more power, and it's also got well, actually, you do have what year is that one?
I have
90.
1.
90? Okay, so you do have sequential fuel injection on that. But he's still got more power than you do.
Sure. But what's
So
wrong
this
with
is a
351?
91?
We're talking about outliving, I thought.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on.
and okay.
You
well,
have
the
a
thing is,
91 F-150.
I know about Magnum
HP.
blocks just about inside and out. And the one thing is, with those, you can beat on them day in and day out. They take it
What is it? Wait,
all the time. The Ford motors, they'll take it a little bit, but then they'll give you problems. The Dodges are kind of interesting that way because when you keep beating on them, they'll start to make noise. You let off of it for a few days,
Okay,
it fixes
so
itself,
hold
and you
on.
do it again.
Hold on. His truck
a thing.
has 200 horsepower.
Great. Not anymore, but yeah.
All right, not anymore, huh? Why does it not anymore?
Your truck doesn't have the original horsepower either. It's at least down 1.
Huh?
That's how it goes.
He's talking about the wear on the motor.
Yeah, my motor's not that old. My motor's not as old as the truck.
How old is your motor?
Not that
Oh,
old.
Oh, fair
It
enough.
was replaced not that long ago. Not long
That's
before I
true.
bought it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah, because the one thing is, like, my brother, my brother had his first, well, not his first vehicle, actually, it was a second vehicle, was a 99 Dakota 318 5-speed. Now, this thing had 462,000 kilometers on it when he bought it. And he met 13 of the previous owners of this thing. Because most people had it for a couple of months and then they got rid of it. And every single person that he met said, oh yeah, I absolutely loved beating on that thing. Because it would take it all day long. Like, and the one thing is, Fords make great trucks, don't get me wrong.
Well, Jesse
But they're
says that
not
his
as
truck can pull both
durable
levers around. Yeah,
engine-wise
he's got
as
250.
the Dodges. I will say that.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Okay, hold on. So,
okay.
the 2001 Ram 1500 5.9 liter has 250 horsepower.
I'm not arguing about power. I'm arguing about longevity.
Mine's got 258,000 miles on it.
Mine has extremely low mileage, so there's that.
My
But
truck's just fine. Brand
The thing
newer
is-
engine, brand new transmission. Rear end was just serviced.
okay, I'm more concerned about how they were built. So, Katerina, I want to ask, why is it? What problems specifically? I have to go, but I'm really invested. What problems would a 351 give you after beating on it like you would a Dodge?
To be honest, low oil, like actually having starvation of oil, because that is a thing that happens all the time with any Windsor block if you beat on them constantly. And
Especially when it
people
starts
have been
building up
known to
sludge.
blow holes in those when they work them really hard. So compared to the Dodges that don't typically do that, like the Magnum blocks, the only issue that they really have, and it's not even a big issue, is the funny part, is they'll crack their heads, but you won't even know the head is actually cracked because it'll run just fine. And it will not be mixing the coolant with the oil.
biggest
It's
issue
so
I
weird.
have with my truck would be the transmission, and it was just fucking replaced, and it wasn't replaced factory either.
Yeah, like the one thing is that's the weak point of those Dodges is their automatic transmissions. Their manuals are fantastic, but the automatics is a weak point for sure.
Yeah, and like I said,
you're-
I've got the 411 gears. It's 4-wheel drive.
411. Oh my god, your gas mileage is
No,
fantastic.
it's not that bad.
Okay.
I have overdrive transmission.
So do I. I get. Oh god. Yeah. No. I mean, I've only got 308 gears in my truck. And but the thing is, that truck's got bad fuel injectors and a bad fuel filter because I'm getting 30 centimeters a gallon, is what I was saying to.
Your ass all over the place.
Oh.
Wait,
God.
what's your fuel economy in your truck?
I said 30 centimeters a gallon, but it's honestly more like, God, I would say I'm getting close to 50 liters per 100 kilometers.
There's no way it's that bad.
Oh, yeah, it is that bad because it took me a quarter tank. It took me a quarter tank to go down past, it took me a quarter tank to go from my house, we know where my house is, to Glendeer Circle and back. Quarter tank of almost 100 liters. I don't even know what that tank is.
Okay, well, your tank is probably 110 liters.
Well, I've got two tanks though, so they're a little smaller.
Oh, okay, so yeah, 70, 60.
Yeah, something like that. So it's like, say 70 liters. A quarter of 70, I don't even know what that is. I'm not going to do the math. So took a quarter of 70 liters to go to Glendeer Circle and back.
Yeah, that's not so. Okay, why don't you just replace the injectors? And the one thing is, you don't have to get new injectors. You can literally take used Fox body injectors and throw them in there.
Really?
Yeah, they're the same.
Are they the same? Okay.
I'm pretty positive that they are. So, because the 351 is not that much different. It doesn't have that much more power.
Yeah.
Like a 302 high output's 225 horsepower. I think the 351's only like 235, something like that. It's not much.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Well, yeah, okay. Then that's what I'll do. I mean, because fuel injectors are quite expensive.
They are, yeah. That's why, like,
91?
What?
90.
90.
90?
Yeah.
Good, I can't go any further past that anyway. You know what it is?
The 351, 5.8.
No. The style of truck.
Oh yeah, it's an XLT Lariat Super Cab, 8 foot box.
Okay.
Hey, it's not as big as my Vrook.
Oh man, I
The
love
data
that thing.
is not available to compare those two trucks.
That's cool. Oh god, it's so dodgy. I made that. Okay.
Oh no, it has my information. It didn't have yours.
Okay. All right. Oh, that's stupid, but all right.
My truck technically MSRP'd for $34,935.
Wow.
$34,000? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Jesus, that was expensive for that truck back then. Holy crap.
Very, very, very. Just shows how overpriced they are. Anyway, I gotta go. So I'll see you later. See you next Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye. Thanks for the help, by the way, with the rag joint. I appreciate
Actually, no, I lied. That was for the long bed. The short bed is $37,515.
Nice.
Yes.
All right.
I have the luxury version of that truck.
Like, that is ridiculously expensive.
And
Because
wait,
the one thing
that's
is,
not even including the fact that I have the off-road edition. This is for the standard edition without the off-road package.
so you're probably over 40.
Dude, this truck, dudette. This truck is literally decked out. Power windows, heated mirrors, had the upgraded freaking stereo in it when I got it with the equalizers and the whatever stuff in it.
I get that, but I think you could back then get a 3/4 ton diesel with no options for cheaper than that.
But but I don't think you could get a fully loaded diesel for cheaper than that.
Well, the one thing is, there was a point when you could buy a truck for 20 grand. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah, you could buy a stripped out one of these with the freaking rubber floor mats and shit. But this one's
I
fully
can't believe
loaded.
they added that. They added double the value in options. Holy shit!
It's fully loaded.
Yeah, it's but 20
And again,
grand
it's still not even with the off-road edition.
like that. But it's 20 grand up on. Actually, what is the just a base model? What was the MSRP on just an absolute base
Hold on,
one, like
I
the
close the
3.8?
ads that are freaking keep popping up. All right, so
Yeah.
the 1500 two-wheel drive, regular cab, small wheelbase, base trim.
Yeah.
That would be the base trim 2805.
Is it really that expensive? I thought that was cheaper than that.
2,805.
Oh, 20,805. Okay. Yeah. So literally, yeah, $20,000. Because with your off-road edition, I'm sure it's probably another 3 or 4 grand.
Yeah, because it doesn't have
So-
the off-road edition as a freaking option for me to click here.
That is bizarre. How the fuck? That's highway robbery. That's what that is.
Again, that's not with the
$20,000
regular. That's not with the gas. I mean, that's with the gas engine, not the.
Yeah. Wow, that blows my mind.
And I stole this truck for $2,500.
Well, they're not worth that much money anymore unless we had a diesel.
They are if they're a diesel or if they're not rusted out.
Okay, yeah, if you find an absolutely mint condition one, but that's a unicorn, okay.
I had no
Fine.
crack dash. It has minimum amount of rust. It has rust now, but not when I bought it.
Okay.
Minimum
Well,
amount of rust.
I mean,
The engine
okay,
ran
how
just
long
fine.
would
It was
how long
replaced.
would-
Now, I can't hear you.
How long would you buy it?
Huh?
When did you buy it?
2015.
Okay, you see, that was when they were not as expensive as they are now. Way less, in fact, because nobody gave a shit about that truck back then.
No, at least around here, the Dodge Rams have always been. The
Like, they were
second gen Rams
popular,
have
like,
always been
what was-
custom around
these-
here.
Like here, they were popular, but nobody really gave a crap about them. Like that was the difference, right? Everybody bought one, but it's not like they were coveted, right? It's only been recently that people are like, hey, these are actually pretty decent trucks. Like everything falls apart on them other than the motor, and if you have a manual, the tranny and the rear end. But it just because like I have a lot of experience with that drivetrain and everything, so I know those things are pretty much bulletproof.
Jesse says it's really lost value from MSRP. Yes and no. It's the fact that everybody wants diesels right now.
Yeah, there is a diesel tax, like
Not here.
with everything.
There's no diesel, but I'm saying no.
No, I'm not
before
saying
this
an actual.
gas
I'm not saying an actual tax on the diesel fuel. That's not what I'm talking about. There's a diesel tax of just like, hey, it's diesel. Oh my God, we have to pay so much more for it. There's that,
okay.
right?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's what I
people
mean.
go crazy over the 12-valve Cummins that are in these trucks.
Well, it's like like Fox bodies. You get a 5-liter stick. A stick probably pulls an extra $2,000 on top of the automatic.
It's desirability.
Right? It is, and there's a lot less of them. Don't get me wrong, but it's like Jesus.
Well, I don't really.
Like,
I mean, I love the sound of a diesel, and I love the fact that it can pull what it can. But I really wasn't getting this truck for pulling, even though it's really good at it.
Oh yeah, well, it is amazing though, because like you look at
what is the pulling power of this truck? Hold
on. You're gonna be at, I think, to be able to pull, I think it's 8,000 or 10,000 pounds. Because I've got a fairly serious suspension on those things.
I gotta go back to the right truck. Because I still had that base model.
I do know that because I counted the leaves on my dad's 99 that he had, or 98 that he had, and that thing had, how many leaves was it? I think it was 16 leaves in the rear. Just insane. And it's surprisingly comfortable with 16 leaves. You're probably about the same, I would imagine. I'm just gonna guess you're close to the same. Actually, I should make sure that I'm not killing the battery in the car. Okay, it'll start. Always want to make sure of that when I have lights on. Because especially having that MSD. Yeah, I'm gonna guess somewhere around 8,000 pounds. You can probably tow reliably with that thing.
Yeah, I'm looking for pulling power. Stupid.
If I'm not
Fucking
able to
as
search.
soon as you close them, they come back.
Oh shit.
That's not gonna find it on this page.
Okay, I'm good with that. There we go.
$335 foot-pounds of torque.
Yep. They do have that. Like those things do have balls. That's one thing that people don't realize.
What?
Those things do have balls. People don't realize that. Although, funny thing, because if you ever decided you wanted to get into Dakota,
I don't
and if
like
you
the
wanted,
Dakotas.
fair, I'm just saying though.
Okay.
The one thing is with the Dakota that's interesting of that generation, you know, the second gen second gen Dakota. Those because the RT is the one that gets all the glamour, right? Because it's got the 360 in it, and all the options. But if you actually want to go faster, get the 318 stick as a stripper model. It's faster than an RT.
Stripper model? Is it gonna freaking like shake its boobs at me or something?
I mean, it might. But I mean, honestly, because like that's the one thing that my brother found out when he was looking for his truck. Before he ended up selling it. But yeah, because he was gonna buy an RT, then he realized because with the automatic, and usually RTs are loaded, they were actually slower than if you just had a Dakota Sport with a 318 stick. And those enemy 3500s, they get flack, but they're actually a good tranny.
It won't let me find what I'm looking for. There we go. Let's try cars.
There you go. I gotta kill that last freaking little mosquito. God. But the one thing that sucks about living on or close to a river,
Yeah.
get all the mosquitoes.
Why is it not just giving me the specs?
The Edmonds doesn't have that for you?
I'm trying different ones. Car connection is the one now. The problem is it's never. Alright, change style. There we go. It is the quad cam. It is the 139 wheelbase. Why won't it let me change the engine? Two-door cab. Four-door quad cab. Why is it giving me...
Yeah, I don't think it makes a difference if it's a single cab, extended cab, or quad
No,
cab.
but it makes me freaking choose these stupid freaking...
Oh yeah, I mean I get that.
Engine. It's just giving me gas V8, but there's two different V8s. And that
Actually,
will affect the different V8s will affect its pulling power, which is...
Yes, it does. Because it's not a lot of horsepower between the two, but it does make a difference. Because I think it's 30 foot-pounds of torque and 15, maybe 20 horsepower, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is.
I know. By the way, I get like 14 miles to the gallon according to these things. 12 city, 17 highway.
Okay. Yeah, 17 highway. Yeah, so you're looking at...
Okay, so I found it. It's 8,200 pounds.
Called it. I said 8,000.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious as to what his truck was pulling power. So it's a 1990
Yeah, 1990. It's gonna be nowhere near that. I'm gonna guess 5,000 pounds. Maybe 6, but I'm thinking 5.
F-150, what is that, the 5.0?
Nope,
5.8?
5'8". 5'8", yeah.
7,500.
Oh, it's really that? Oh, wow. There you go. Oh, I'm thinking of the early ones that had the weak frames, that's why.
So I'd still pull them around all over the place.
Oh, absolutely, you would.
Especially,
Like-
I think he's running street tires on his truck.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like, the one thing is, because he was just about longevity, I'm going, yeah, I think other than even though your transmission's new, your transmission's still
that's
weak
the other
point.
thing is that's also that pulling power. It's mainly weighted for the frame, but I can also probably pull more than that because Jesse's right. I have the 411s, which those trucks didn't normally come with.
True. Oh
They
yeah.
came with a 3-something. I have the 411s because of the fact that it's the off-road edition, and it's 411s front and rear. Huh?
They normally had either 327s or 355s. So
How do you have all this
I
shit
know
just
my
in your
dad's
head?
truck had 355.
How do you have all this shit in your head? Just randomly in your head.
I still facts about vehicles that I've had experience with.
It's fucking awesome. I love it. It just I like even vehicles that I know. I don't have these heads just bloop.
Yeah.
Yes, Cat is smart. You're correct.
Oh, somebody shooting off firework.
Let's see. I'm trying to also catch back up because I was busy reading and wasn't reading. Okay. Jesse says his truck is worth more than MSRP. Yeah, because it's a classic, and at this point, it's gotten beyond its own value. I think these Rams will once they start. See, the thing is right now there's still too many Rams on the road for them to be worth more than MSRP.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Once they start ending up with more of them in the junkyards than there are on the road, the value of those trucks will go up.
Yeah. Well, the one thing is, you're finally starting to see that with the first-gen Rams. Finally, they're starting to go up.
Nobody liked them to begin with. They weren't as nice looking as the early Fords or early Chevys, unless you really liked them. But now people are starting to like them.
Oh, for sure. Like, well, people are starting to notice, like, because the one thing is, and I always thought it was such a shame that, hey, look at that, a square body Chevy is worth 30 grand, but a square body Dodge is only worth like 2 grand. What?
No, and the thing is Jesse says I don't think it'll ever get back to 40K. I don't think, unless it's a diesel, I don't think my Ram will ever get back up to 40K.
Depending on how inflation continues to go in.
I paid way under what that truck is worth. Even if I were to go on and look up for what a decent Dodge Ram is worth, it's nowhere near $2,500 that I paid.
Yeah.
That truck should have went for at least $4,000 to $5,000 at least. I stole it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's in. I tend to forget your area is going to be different for values too, right?
Mm-hmm. It depends on a lot of things. Not only just its desirability is one of them. How desirable is the truck in my area? The quality of the trucks in my area. So, obviously a lot of the trucks in my area rot out. Yeah, so if you find a non-rotted one and it's a desirable truck, it's going to drive the price up.
Well, yeah, like if you find an absolutely mint one up here,
right. It's also a special package. And it has all of the original special package still on it. A lot of them, in fact, actually, these trucks are really coveted just for that front rear. They don't really care about the rest of it. They want that front rear.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's got the gusseted front rear, which is stronger than stock.
Oh, yeah. Well, and also you've got, because I think those have, I'm trying to remember if they have the 205 or the NP 245 transfer cases in those too. That are very beefy.
Warner something.
Oh, is it Borg Warner? Okay, it's not then.
I'm pretty sure it's
I don't think they have an MP data. But yeah, sometimes my knowledge does transcend a few different things and then gets jumbled in my head
Yeah,
at
I
times.
understand that. Yes, it is the. They're not giving me a name. Okay. Of course they're not, because this site's for stupid people. What did you say it was?
I wanted to say NP205 or maybe an NP245, but I could be wrong.
This one looks like it's the NP231.
Oh, 231. Okay, yeah, that's the. Sorry, that's the one I was thinking of. Yes.
Yeah, that looks like.
Yeah,
It
okay.
is. I thought it was a work warrant.
Which those are not. They're a good transfer case. So
Yeah,
people
23
do
spline
like
input,
when
32 spline rear slip.
like it. It's way overkill for that truck.
Yeah.
100%. But that's the one thing about those trucks. Everything is overkill. That's what's awesome about us, second gen
I've
Ram.
been underneath of that truck quite a bit. I know how heavy those freaking parts are. I know how big those drive shafts fucking are. It's got, as far as I'm concerned, it's got the transmission as a weak point, the slip yoke for the front axle, if it's stock, if they're still using the vacuum actuator slip yoke. A lot of people will change them over to a manual cable driven or an electric slip yoke. I have yet to do that. Mine is still the factory vacuum.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that fair enough. Yeah, because I don't know much on the axles or anything like that on those, anyways. Like I know the rear end's freaking bulletproof, but because you don't really hear about those breaking axles.
Well, and to think about it again, like I said, they beefed up the freaking axles in the off-road edition.
Yeah, I guess I would. Yeah, which is just stupid because it probably doesn't need it.
Well, no, because the front ones, like I said, they gusseted the pumpkin.
Oh, well, I guess, okay, yeah, on the front, yeah.
If I can find pictures of...
Yeah. Yeah, now you're starting to get out of my expertise a little. Yeah, like, I know about those trucks. I don't know about the four-wheel drives as much, or 4x4s, but I know the rear-wheel drives. And I know, especially when you have the stick, because my dad's, I wish I bought that truck off of him. I should have. Such a good truck. Because, yeah, and there was nothing more fun than that thing. And then because I learned stick in that truck too, which it's not the best thing to learn stick in, but it's not bad. The one nice part about it is, unless if you were on a hill, you never had to use the gas to set off, ever. It was awesome. You could just use the clutch.
It's so freaking hard to find. I think this one's... that's a newer style. Am I under pictures still? Oh, yeah, I'm under images. Wish it would stop pulling up fucking sales listings as all of the images and actually give me fucking images.
Yeah, I get that. Oh. Yeah.
And the off-road edition is also not as super well known.
Yeah, I haven't heard of those, to be honest, until yours. I've heard of some other oddball ones, but never those. So.
Okay, here's an off-road edition for
And actually, are those still 5-lug or did they upgrade them?
They're a 5-lug. They have
they
a
okay?
bigger. So the standard rims for that truck would have been a 5-lug, 16 by 8, 16 by 7.
I think you're right. Yeah.
The off-road edition came with the 17-inch aluminum alloys. Those nice fancy ones that I have on my truck that you don't see on any other truck. Yeah, they only came on the off-road editions.
Okay.
2001.
Yeah, because you only ever you got 17s on any of the other ones if it was Laramie.
Even still, they were steel. They weren't the ones I have. Oh shit! I hate the fact that it's that small. Let me see if I can make it bigger sized. There we go. So you see this? I'm gonna bring my phone. You see this gusset right here?
Yeah.
That is the factory add-on gusset for the off-road editions.
Okay.
There's a better picture here. You can see from the backside.
Okay.
I don't know how many other pictures I have on here that. Yeah, so there's other. Yeah, that's the only ones I have. And that's an ad.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, so like they have. So the off-road editions, they came with factory tow hooks in the front, on the front bumper. Which you can see them in mine. In fact, even my logo has them in it. They came with the gusseted front rear, 411 gears front and rear. They came with a belly pan for the transfer case, a reinforced belly pan for the gas tank. They came with thicker shocks, so the center of the shock was literally thicker. They came with an extra about 2.5 inches of lift between the springs. So the springs were thicker and literally caused the truck to sit like another 2.5 inches taller. They came with obviously the badging. And it came with, what else did it come with? Oh, it came with the rims that I told you. Which I think I can stop sharing. All right. Yeah, it came with these rims. So this is a short bed, short cab off-road edition. But these are the rims that it came with. The 5-star. I think they had a smaller version of these. I think on the Dodge Durangos later. But originally these rims were only available on the off-road editions. And they're 17-inch. Like I said, I think they offered a 16-inch version of these rims on the Durangos. There you can see the tow hooks down here in this picture here.
I'm trying to remember. Did my dad have tow hooks? I'd have to look at pictures of that thing because I swear it did, but maybe it didn't.
It depends on whether they were factory or not. And
Well,
this one doesn't have the
factory,
sticker. It
nothing.
should have off-road edition above the. Oh wait, no, it's underneath. It says 4x4 off-road underneath the 4x4 sticker.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, you can just see how high, I mean, these tires are incredibly small for this truck. But you can just see
And,
how high that truck sits.
In case you cared, that sign-in thing is showing your email right now.
Yeah, I did care, but I'll have to go back and better that. But yeah, so this truck is these rims, these tires are incredibly small for that truck.
Yeah, it looked wrong.
But those are probably
Like
stock size tires, maybe. But it's the tires
Maybe.
that were on my truck were pretty
Yeah,
small
because they
too.
were 235, I think 80 16s on my dad's. I remember correctly.
Let's see what the stock tire size for 2001 Ram 1500 off-road edition. It would have been a 275/70 R17.
Oh, on yours, yeah.
The stock
It's
size
only
tire
like that.
for the regular Ram would either been a 245/75/16 or a 265/75/16.
Oh man, my dad didn't have stock size tires. Maybe I had undersized tires then. It's hard to say. I mean, it was obviously a used truck. It had low miles when he bought it though.
Yeah, my truck is
Really
right
bad.
now running a set of 33 by 12.5.
Yeah, good size. Because like
It's
my dad's truck, he only had, I think it was 132,000 kilometers on that truck when he bought it. Just so low mileage. It was amazing. And the one thing is, it was a farm truck, but it wasn't the farm truck, right? Because there's different variations of farm truck.
all right.
So you have your farm truck, which absolutely is getting beat about the field, and then you have your farm truck to go into town with. That's what this truck was.
So according to this post, the ORE Rams, which is the off-road edition Rams, were produced from 2000 to 2001. Only came in the short bed 1500s, 1500 four-wheel drive version. They came with the 5.2 or the 5.9. Apparently, the Holy Grail is a 5.2 5-speed. I would rather have the 5.9.
Any of those trucks with a stick, yeah, makes sense. Any of those trucks with a stick, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's just a matter of finding the right.
I know the absolute unicorns, and I've only seen a couple of them. For any of those second-gen Rams, excluding pace car editions or anything like that, is a Laramie single cab short box 4x4 with the 5.9 and the 5-speed in it.
See, I don't like the short cabs. I mean, I think they look nice, but I don't like them because, again, they're not very useful to me. I like my what do they call it? It's the quad cab. It's the 4-door.
Because it's technically an extended cab.
No,
on
the extended
those, right?
cab was a 3-door.
Depending. Some extended cabs didn't even have doors.
Well,
on
no,
those.
in the Dodge trucks, you had the 2-door. Yeah, you had the 2-door, whatever cab. Then you had the 3-door, and then you have like mine, which is a 4-door. I can open up both front and rear doors.
I'm thinking of the Dakota in that way, not the Ram. That's why. Yeah, because the Dakota is the back doors, like the back parts. If it's that extended cab and not the full 4-door cab, those it doesn't have opening rear doors at all. They're just
my rear doors open suicide style.
Okay. Yeah, see, I didn't. Yeah, that makes sense in the Rams, to be honest, because
But like my green truck that I had before this, which was the 5.2 liter, it was the 4-wheel drive, but it was only the 3-door, so it was the front door, the passenger door, and then the rear. No, I think it was. I can't remember if it was the rear passenger or the rear driver's side door that would open.
Probably
I think it was the
passenger.
driver's side.
Actually, no, yeah, probably driver's side. I couldn't think of it. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not positive though. It's been so long.
Yeah,
but only one of them, only one of the back doors. It only had one back door, and it was on one of the two sides. Whereas
That's
the truck
fair.
I have now, both back doors, both sides have a door that open in the back.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because like I love the single cab short boxes, like just about any of them. I love like any truck that's single cab short box. Just big fan of it. Because yeah, and actually I don't know
I
if you've
like
seen.
I like the king cab long boxes, but
Yeah. Well, the one thing is the single cabs actually they have more space behind the seats than you think. Like obviously you can't have passengers back there, but because one thing is between the seats and the back of the cab, there's probably about that much space, give or
I
take.
just don't like them.
And that's fair. I mean, if you don't like the styling either, there's that too.
No, I like the way they
Um,
look. I don't like the way they. I don't want to own one that way.
That's fair. Well, the one thing
I
they
like
do.
throwing my toolbox or whatever by all I gotta do, like I said, open the front door, open the back door, throw whatever I need into the back seat. I've got kids.
That's fair.
I throw my kids back there.
Oh yeah, like the usability of an extended cab is so much nicer. Absolutely. So I will say that.
I don't have to put a cap on my back and throw my friends into the bed of the truck.
Well, what was fun because like we had it a few times.
The other
Where
thing is another thing you can't do in a short bed that you can do in an extended cab is get a decent night's sleep if you're stuck in your truck.
yeah,
Me
that.
and my ex both were able to. I could lay my seat all the way back. I could lay down. Or I could have climbed into the back seat and just laid across the whole back seat, and she could have laid across the whole front seat.
Yeah.
You know, there's
Okay.
just this space for days and other activities and.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I get that. Like, yeah, because usually I don't have a lot of passengers in my vehicle, so it doesn't matter. Like, for the most part, in these two cars,
car
I've
parts
only
you don't want in
had
the bed
a
of the
rear
truck.
passenger. Well, I've only had a rear Well, I know, but like, I'm saying like. I've only had a rear passenger in any of my cars, I think 3 times total.
I've had
So
7 people in my Nova.
7.
7.
Wow. I've
4
had.
people in the back seat, 3 people in the front.
Yeah, those are pretty big cars, so I can see why.
No, there was people sitting on top of people.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. There would obviously be that, but because you could, depending on how big they are, you can fit 3 abreast in one of those, though.
Yeah, you can fit 3 abreast. They have no leg room.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. But you can still fit them. They're not comfortably fitting, but they're fitting, right? That's the difference.
It's just glad that they were all younger.
Yeah, well, compared to this thing where it's not wide at all, like you can fit 2 people back here, maybe an infant in the middle, maybe, but that's it.
Not in a car seat,
Yeah, well, there isn't a middle seat back there.
Yeah, but like I said, you're not fitting a car seat back there and fitting 2 people back there.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Like, I'm just saying, space between the 2 of them, you might be able to put an infant not in a seat, just in a car seat.
I could fit a car seat in the back of my Trans Am. I don't think there's enough space between the back of the seat and the back seat.
Oh, I could do it in this. Only reason why I've seen people do it in Fox bodies, though.
I've had a normal person sit in the back seat of the TA, and they had to sit over like this.
Ooh, dark.
Because the headroom is not there.
Yeah,
because the roof slopes down there.
True. Yeah, don't really have that issue in Fox bodies that way. It's kind of nice.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't drive the TA because I want backseat passengers.
Like, well, the one thing is right now, if I have 4 passengers, not in this one. This one has all the seatbelts. That one doesn't.
What are seatbelts?
It has a safety device that makes it so you don't fly out the windshield. That's what they are.
I took 2 of those out of my Nova. Well, 2 parts of one. When I converted it
Well,
from a front bench to double buckets.
Well, fair.
The
I mean,
front one's out from in between the seats. There's no reason for them anymore. There's no seat there.
True. Cause that one, the one thing is, when there was a point when I was doing, that's when I installed the carpet in that thing. Because I have the seat belt, but the one thing I didn't realize until after I had everything else installed, and I go to install the one and I realize, where's the bolt, right? And sure as shit, it's underneath the carpet, and I have not pulled up the carpet to grab that bolt yet.
I had to modify the bottom of the Nova to accept the double buckets because it doesn't have any bracket or anything for the inside seat brackets on the buckets.
Oh, yeah.
The bench just has the outside ones on by the rockers. There's
speaking
no bolts for the center.
Speaking of 4th gen Novas, I actually know a guy that has a it's actually a Nova Concord.
Yeah, that's the ones with all the chrome and shit, and it has the
They
is
do
that
have
the
a
ones
lot
with
of
the
chrome.
quarter windows, the
Yeah.
vinyl top quarter windows.
Yep.
Ugh.
I mean, the thing is rotted to hell, but it's worth money in parts for somebody that wants those rare ass parts.
Well, you're on my Nova page, I do believe.
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah.
Just post it there.
I'm trying to remember if I did back then or not. It was a few months ago that I don't even know if I still have the pictures. I'd have to look. But yeah.
I don't know. I have not gotten to the point of the Nova. The only part of the Nova that I have at my house right now is a bag of frost. Literally a bag of frost. It's
Fair
what
enough.
fell onto the trailer. It is the rust that fell off of the car onto the trailer when it was transported down to the frickin' storage unit.
Well, see, yeah, because right now, and actually, I do have the gas tank back for the Civic that I had an idea to actually clean out the gas tank. Because I'm like, I just had a brain fart finally the other night, and I'm like, wait.
Brain frog?
Well,
it sounds like you got brain frogs right now.
But anyway, so got the Civic tank back, and it hasn't been cleaned out or anything like that yet. But the one thing is, I just thought, well, wait, why don't I just take the sending unit out and take a pressure washer and go to town? Like, really?
Especially if you got some baking soda and shit in there.
Yeah. Well, because the one thing is, I know that there's a blockage in the main lines to go to the actual carburetor, or to go to the fuel pump, anyways, then to the carburetor.
Just replace.
Well, that's the reason why it doesn't. The reason why it wouldn't run under its own power, no matter what I did, is because of that.
Those lines, I wouldn't even play with them.
No. These are the metal lines that are.
I'd still at that
it.
car that old, sitting that long, I would just replace them with new metal lines.
I'd have to physically cut them off and do it that way, but they're not rusted or anything. They're just clogged. So I just
run new
ones. Use the pressure washer. Do it.
Could, but like I said, at that point, I would just run new ones.
Yeah, I don't feel like
Less
welding.
headache.
Yeah. Well, that's actually more headache because doing intricate welds like that, you know.
Welding, it's just like brake line. Get yourself a bender, get yourself some freaking coiled line, bend yourself some new ones, put a crimp on the end, and then you can just run your soft line off of those.
I mean, I guess I could, but there's still all the crap in the tank that I still have to blow out anyway.
Right,
so.
I know, but at least then you're not dealing with possibly corroded fuel lines.
Yeah, well.
You can't tell what's in the inside of those lines. You don't know whether or not they're squeaky clean all the way down.
It's that long. I'm just talking about the line that is going off of that. It's only that long.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the ones that are running up from the bottom, from the carb down back to the tank.
No.
'Cause I have
Those
a
we've
hard line that literally
already.
runs from the freaking front frame all the way back to my tank. I only have maybe 6 inches of soft line on my TA.
Yeah, no, it is hard line all the way through. But the one thing is, a lot of that on the fuel lines on those, they actually go inside the cabin on those.
Mhm.
So it's not so bad. They don't really get rusty because of that.
You still have moisture
Um,
that can drop down inside them, especially when the car's been sitting how long.
True. I mean, I have blown them out with a air chuck.
What you need to do is you
And
need to
break it.
plug the one end and blow in it and see if you got any freaking if it holds pressure or you start bleeding pressure out somewhere.
Oh, I already know it holds pressure because the one thing is when I because the blockage that was at the end of the line, we were trying to get the blockage out of the line, right? So, a bunch of brake clean, air chuck, brake clean, air chuck, right? Doing that. And when we were putting the air chuck on it, it's like, okay, we can hear the air going in, nothing's coming out yet. And finally, after a while, because I had the lines just disconnected under the hood, right? Because I didn't want that going through the fuel pump and through the carburetor.
Yeah.
It shot straight up and hit the windshield. Whatever was in there.
Oh yeah.
So
Well, at least up into wherever it was blocked, it was freaking holding air.
yeah, well that was that
Even if
was
that was only like the last 3 inches of the line, you could have a hole somewhere past that blockage or where the blockage was.
yeah. I don't think so. Like looking at this thing, so one thing is I have looked at it on a lift and everything like that too, and I've looked really closely at that
You
stuff.
know the vehicle more than I do. I'm just saying you could.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, exactly. Like, it's not a bad idea. I just like, oh man, that's such a lot of work. I just don't feel like doing that.
That's still my fear with mine because again, like I said, my lines do run. I think they run up into the cab, but they run. All my lines run down. No, I have one line that runs down the driver's side, and the return and the breather run down the passenger side.
Well, to be fair, I
only
actually
need
did
one of
have
those
a
lines.
line burst. I had a line burst on this car. So,
Well, those are the hard lines.
yeah, the hard line rusted out.
Yeah, and
That's
that's
what
my
happened.
fear is the hard line rusting out.
Yeah, because like the one thing is, and luckily, that day that I actually went to get this thing dyno tuned that day, because it was going all good and everything. Like, because yeah, well, what did it make?
No.
Is that what you did?
No, I said that's right because I remember we talking about it, and that's when we were talking about the brake lines on my green truck rusting out, the rear ones.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, never do remember that.
On the Snowmageddon, and then I was like fucking 60 miles from home, traveling on only front brakes with 2.5 feet of snow.
Yeah.
Good thing the snow was able to slow me down.
Well, see, the one thing is because like when the guy took it out for because like the tuner physically took the car out, and I was in the passenger seat, and he was ripping on the car or whatever else, just around the block, just checking stuff, making sure after the tune that it was all okay. And like he's hitting the brakes and like, just like, well, that doesn't feel right. I just like, well, I don't know, maybe it's just me with the car, like I'm just used to whatever it is, right? Didn't think anything of it. It's like, yeah, we just drove it around the block, no big deal. And then I paid my money and everything. I jump in it. I start it. I drive it a quick little bit. I hit the brake. I'm like, oh, there's like almost nothing here. Right? Sure as shit. The line burst on the rear. So that was scary. Like,
yeah, we were turning
would I have made it
around.
home? Probably, but
Yeah, we had just got done, and we were getting ready to head home. We had all piled in the truck, and I went to. I was facing the wrong way that I needed to go, and I went and pulled across the middle of the street to back up and go the other direction. And when I went to go hit the brakes after doing the first part of the K-turn, my foot hit the floor. There's a telephone pole right in front of me. I'm just glad it didn't roll into it. It stopped it enough that it didn't roll. But yeah, let's just say we just put the truck right into reverse and backed it right back into the spot it was in. There's enough snow on the ground already that it was that the snow stopped it from rolling. And I popped the hood and I saw all of the freaking brake fluid all over the outside. I'm like, yep, nope, got a bad line. And didn't have anything there. I could crimp it off. I had tools to crimp it off, but they'd already lost so much brake fluid Then I was like,
Yeah.
well, yeah, and there was no place to get brake fluid because everything was closed. It was like freaking 11 o'clock at night,
Shit. Yeah.
and out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Not a fun situation for sure.
So we waited till the morning and then had to unbury, like I said, 2.5 feet of snow off the top of the truck. Plus all the plowed snow that ended up being pushed onto it. You couldn't even see the TA. The TA was gone. It wasn't even a... The thing is there was so much snow on the ground, the TA wasn't even like a mound of snow. It was just level.
Fuck.
Couldn't even tell the TA was there.
So glad we don't get that kind of snow here.
There wasn't. You couldn't even tell the car was there. There was not even a bubble.
Yeah, I have physically never seen that much snow. I will say that.
Well, the car's pretty
So-
low. It doesn't take much to cover that car.
I mean, not that this has. Oh, actually, no. I'd say that. What's kind of funny? So my dad's all-wheel drive Magnum, right? You think should have quite a bit of ground clearance. It's only 2 millimeters higher than my notchback.
Yeah. I'm pretty
Like-
sure that the Trans Am's even lower than your notchback.
Probably, yeah.
I'll have to go out there and
Well,
go
maybe
measure it, but,
now-
like literally, I think the car literally comes up to like my chest level, if that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The roof.
Yeah. I was just like thinking, wait, the hood? No, it's not the hood.
Oh, that car is not tall at all. I mean, it's shorter than my Nova as far as height. It might be like 2 inches longer than my Nova. But that's only because it's got like, what, 12 inches of nose?
Yeah.
It's like literally, yeah, there's literally like 12 or 13 inches from the front of the front car to the tip of the nose.
Yeah, see, that's one of the few cars that going down the drag strip that you could not run a cheater stick. I'm quite positive of that. Because you know what I'm talking about when I say cheater stick, right?
Yeah, that's like, Cletus runs that on Leroy to break the beams because he doesn't really have a front end on his car.
Yeah, because I know from, I believe it's the center of your front wheel to the front bumper, you're allowed, I think it's 15 inches total, something like that.
Yeah.
So, according to NHRA rules, which most tracks use similar rules.
Yeah.
So,
He got a standard. Pilot says that his 300C all-wheel drive eats axles.
really, that's weird.
Oh, my Ram ends up eating front wheel hubs,
Dude, that's weird too, but
and they suck.
that's
Or that's
fine.
175 pound foot-pound locking nut on those. A
Oh.
5-foot breaker bar doesn't break them loose without heat.
Jeez. Well, and actually, I should probably go inside, which is going to be loud in there because my dad's watching
I
TV
think
and
we
stuff
need
like
to
that.
end the live stream here anyway. It's 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, getting late.
Yeah, it is a RAM issue, but you know what? It's not that bad of a RAM issue. I guarantee you a lot more cars today have that same issue with people putting fucking wheel spacers and fucking super freaking deep dished freaking 22-inch rims on their freaking trucks.
Yeah, it's not. But anyway,
But all right, so we are going to end it for tonight. If you can hang around for 10 seconds for us to do the ending, you can skedaddle.
okay. I can do that.
So all right, so see you guys next week. Tell your friends, man. We need to get some more people in here. I will definitely be here next week. So all right. Check out Kat's channel, check out Team Mechanics channel. Not that you guys don't already have that, but in case somebody else is watching this later. And we shall see you next week.